Did you know in addition to education assistance, UPS now provides housing for qualified employees? Through the UPS Kentucky Living Options and Opportunities Path, also known as UPS Kentucky Loop, you can work part-time in Louisville, go to school at Jefferson Community and Technical College, and receive housing for up to 2 years. Earn a degree or learn a trade. It's up to you. Loop benefits are available to those who live outside the Louisville metro area, whether you're just starting college or going back to school. It's time to get in the loop. For more information, visit upsjobs.com. That's upsjobs.com.
By the numbers, Whitaker Bank loves the Kentucky communities we serve.
Whitaker Bank supports 956 Kentucky charities and community events.
Employees of Whitaker Bank volunteered 14,860 hours to better our Kentucky communities.
93 nonprofits that promote diversity and inclusion in Kentucky are supported by Whitaker Bank.
We share your passion, Kentucky. Love the bank that loves you back. Whitaker Bank is uniquely Kentucky.
At Atkinson Sims & Kermode, we're here to help you get back to what matters most.
Helping you through your financial situation is our only purpose. We are involved at every step, guiding you towards relief.
A better life can't exist after bankruptcy. Start your bankruptcy for as little as $78. Call us today and take the first step towards a new beginning.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the 2020 Northern Kentucky Softball Coaches Association Softball Preview Show. We are coming to you live from the Media and Technology Center on the campus of Newport Central Catholic with this beautiful view of the downtown Cincinnati skyline for a backdrop. My name is Chris Burkart. I'm the head coach at Newport Central Catholic and president of the Northern Kentucky Softball Coaches Association. And today I'm joined by former Highlands and now current head coach at Pendleton County, Rob Coffey.
Before we get started today, we want to thank Mr. William Warford and Prep Spin for giving Northern Kentucky this opportunity to get our word out and understand and see our programs across Northern Kentucky. Today you'll be hearing from 28 different teams from across the 8th, 9th, and 10th regions, and we're really excited to have a lot of our guests here. And I guess we'll go ahead and kick off the first one, Chris.
All right. So we'll bring in head coach Tommy Bainham from Bishop Brossard High School out of the 10th region.
Hello.
Welcome, sir.
How you doing?
Can't complain. So why don't you introduce who you brought with you?
I brought Mallory Mock. She's a senior at Bishop Brossard High School this year.
All right, and before we got started, I know that you lost 2 players to graduation,
right.
Pitcher Ellie Martin and first baseman Mariah Frohmeyer.
Right.
But of course, I just learned that you lost a talented freshman from last year, going to be a sophomore, and Maddie Kramer, who transferred to your rival, Campbell County, who will be up next.
That's right.
Looking at her stats from last year, 42 hits, 38 RBIs, 7 home runs, 500 batting average. That's besides her and the 2 seniors, especially Mariah, who was
right.
Last year a Gold Glove first baseman.
Right.
That's 3 key spots to lose.
It is. As far as Mariah's, she was solid down there. I mean, she did whatever you asked. She's going to be hard to replace, but we got a lot of different options. We got 30-something kids in our program right now, so I think we got 3 options there. A couple of them might be still in basketball that we may not see for a while because they have a good shot of going to the state tournament. So if that happens, they may not even get to make our first 2 scrimmages, but we'll survive. As far as Maddie, I wish her the best, but unfortunately, like all of us, we can't worry about who we don't have, who we got. I got to take care of who I got, so that's what we'll do.
Yeah, speaking of Mariah, last year, only 1 error and 167 chances. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, you had to knock it through her if you was going to get it by her, so that's tough.
Yeah.
It's hard to coach.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. I love that kid. I thought she was a good leader for you too.
Right.
I think she hit 3rd or 4th, probably 4th for you after Manny.
Right.
Yeah, so it's tough to lose a leader, solid first baseman, right? We all are looking for solid first baseman, and and a hitter in the middle of the lineup.
Right. Yeah, she was a quiet leader. She wasn't very vocal.
Yep.
I told her mom and dad, because I played football with Tommy in high school. I said, man, I'd love to see her just wrap a bat around a post once, just to show me that she's got a little spunk to her. But you weren't going to get it with her. That's just the way, the kind of person she was. So yeah, but she'll be definitely missed.
Yeah. So you talked about, it's no secret, right? Brossard's not a big school, but you got 30, 35 kids coming out.
Yeah.
How do you work that magic?
It's, I guess it's, we're lucky. I mean, it's, we got a lot of kids in feeder schools that are interested in playing. I think a lot of it has to do with what's going on at Brossard right now with the new stadium. We're doing our field house right now. That'll be done here hopefully in about a month. Yeah. Supposedly, knock on wood, baseball and softball is starting here soon. So it just, it's nice to be able to take the kids somewhere and let them see what they'll be playing on, versus like we're going to Penry or wherever, we didn't know where we was going half the time. So, and I think that, and, we've had a rough couple last years, but before that, I mean, we play everybody, we don't duck anybody, and we didn't duck anybody the last 2 years, even though we were down. We knew we'd be down a little bit. But I think that has a lot to do with it. Yeah.
You talked about the facilities. We were all talking before, having the new facility, have a turf field available to you. How's that helped?
Oh, we wouldn't have probably practiced yet.
Right.
Unfortunately, we can't get in the gym because basketball is going on, and we've been outside 3 or 4 times already on the turf, and it just makes a world of difference. We had 28 there, I think, yesterday, and and you can spread them out so much, and they're all stay busy, and that's one thing I like about this team this year is they work on their own more than I've ever seen. Usually you don't have to hold their hand and tell them everybody what to do. They're taking care of business. So it's good.
You can't ask for more than that.
Nope.
So Mallory, where do you think you fit in as? Let's see, what do you got? 3 seniors this year?
3 seniors, 3 juniors. Yeah.
So where do you think you fit in as picking up maybe a leadership role on this team?
I think I'm pretty decent at being able to lead the younger kids to know where they're supposed to play and know how to do other things and show them how to be vocal and lead their team how they should and be productive during practices and stuff like that.
I was going to say, it's there's not many. I mean, you can look around a lot of teams. You don't find that kind of demeanor in kids, especially girls that want to take that leadership role. And some of them are a little apprehensive of doing it, maybe, but some are also kind of they don't know how to control what to say, who to say it to,
how to say it,
and how to say. Yeah, exactly. And it seems like girls can hold on to those little grudges longer than guys can. It was a guy. They could be punching one another, and 20 minutes later they're going for McDonald's, where girls hold that grudge forever. So, that's good. Like to see people step up in that role.
Yeah, I know you guys got a lot of younger ones too, and I we're seeing that. Across all Northern Kentucky, where the younger ones, as a leader, how do you keep that from being a separation point, right? You need them all, right? So how do you, as a senior, make sure you include them and do those, make sure they feel welcome and part of the team when they come in the 7th and 8th graders?
I think that as long as you tell the juniors and seniors, I think the juniors and seniors this year are really good at talking to them and tossing with them and doing drills with them and not just telling them to do it with their own friends. So I think it's just if you practice with them, then they'll get more comfortable with you.
Awesome. Yeah, and Mal, first I want to congratulate Mal. She was selected top first team all region preseason.
Nice.
And
congratulations.
Well deserved, I believe. And I told her, I said, it's nice to be preseason, but you want to be there at the end. So
we all want to be at the end.
But if I had 9 of her, honestly, if one of them could throw 55, we might not lose a game. So because she's a coach's kid. She just does whatever you're asked. She's never played third. She moved there a couple years ago, and honestly, she might be one of the top third basemen in the region this year. I'm just saying. So, I'm glad to have her.
Good.
So tell us about For those that don't know, Bishop Brossart hosts one of the biggest first of the week tournaments in I don't know, at least Northern Kentucky, but might be even the state.
Yeah.
The Pete Knoll Classic. Why don't you give us an update on how that's going and some of the teams that you got in it?
We're full. We've been full. We've got 16 teams, obviously. We separated a couple of years ago into upper lower because there was such a mix of teams, and some of the teams that couldn't compete with some of the bigger teams, wouldn't even think about getting in. So this has worked out really well, but we've got, Pendleton's in it, Campbell's in it, Simon's in it, Connor's in it. Let's see, Cooper's in it from around here, but then we got teams, 2 from Pennsylvania, Knock. They've been coming for the last 8-9 years. Boyle County, DuPont Manual, Harrison County, Eminence. It's loaded. I mean, that upper bracket, if anybody's not busy on the 21st, about 7 o'clock, head to Simon Kenton and watch. You could watch 2 of the maybe best teams in the state, whoever comes out of the 2 brackets, play. I mean, it could be a good one.
No, it's always fun to go in and watching that tournament. Unfortunately, most of the times when you're watching it, you're bundled up like on the Arctic tundra. And I remember the one year, it was probably about 35 degrees up Softball City.
Yeah.
Everybody's bundled up, and then those girls from Knock, Pennsylvania, come out on the field, and they're in Razorback jerseys with no sleeves.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the?
Yeah, they. That first year they came up, that's probably the best team they've ever had. I mean, if I remember, I think Connor was ranked number 1 that year. That's when they had who was it? Yeah, all those girls, and they just. I think they run ruled them like 12-1 in 4 innings or something like that, and we had to play them next, and we lost like 6-2, and I took it as a W, man. I was like, yeah, I'm good with it,
Held them in single digits.
But they, we finally got them a couple of years ago, and I think it was 3 years ago, and I told, their coach, I said, we finally got you. He said, I knew you would eventually, but it took a few years, So, but yeah, it's a good tournament. I love seeing them guys come back. I mean, they enjoy it. It's like their Florida trip for us, They just they love coming down here, So it's good.
Well, 35 degrees to them probably summertime compared to what
I hear you.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks for doing it.
No problem. All right. Next, we'll bring in Tommy's arch rival, also out of the 10th region in the same 37th district, Campbell County.
Go.
Hi, girls.
Hello.
And we have head coach Sandy Kitchen, and why don't you go ahead and introduce who you brought with you?
I have 2 seniors, 2 of the 3 seniors we have. Over here to the left is Taylor Watson. She's a 6-year player. She is an outfielder pitcher. And then to my left, I have Ashley Verse. She is a 4-year player, and she's a shortstop pitcher.
Now, you lose so much from last year's unbelievable team. I mean, you lose Becca Mitchell, Abby Juring, McKinley Miller, Jessica Walsh, and McKinley's now at Eastern Illinois. She was a 4-time first-team. She was on the first team Division 1 for 4 years. The season that Jessica had last year was simply amazing. I think about 284 strikeouts, minuscule ERA. I remember as the season was going on, people talking about her, and I'm like, man, I wish we weren't playing. I want to go see her. Right. Finally got a chance to come out and see her, and I was shocked at how fast she threw the ball. Like, where was it? But the year before, you had Ashley Light pitching for you.
Yeah.
So how do you replace, you lost 6 seniors, but you got 4 real stud players there. How do you replace that kind of talent and try to get back to the same position you were last year?
Yeah, it's a situation where you certainly don't want to use the term rebuilding. I don't like that term, especially for seniors. And we've got 4 really talented, fundamentally sound seniors, and 3 seniors, and we got 4 starters coming back with Bella Baston. And we got her, and she's in the outfield. She'll certainly pick up where I think McKinley left off. We have Natalie Evans. She's a first baseman. We have incoming 2 pitchers that are going to be pretty much manning the mound or manning the circle, with Paige Stewart, who's a freshman, and Delaney Spivey, a sophomore. These 2 girls will also get some pitching duties as well. You know, it's not, we're going to hit the ground running, and we're going to have a different type of a team than we had last year. You know, and coming in last year to that season, honestly, we were totally surprised with Jessica's experience, and she basically took over the role and improved tremendously based on things that she did on her own. And really, it was exciting to see.
It was exciting. We saw you early in the year, and I wasn't expecting that at all. You know, she just blew us away. You know, I don't even know if we scored against you one or 2 runs at Highlands, but that was, for me, the biggest surprise. I knew you had a solid crew.
Yeah.
I had no idea Jessica was Jessica.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I knew she was a great third baseman, played against her, great hitter, you know, always tore us up at the plate, but I had no idea.
Yeah.
So I think the rest of us were surprised as anybody, you know, as you.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I mean, 169 innings. She gave up 73 hits, 280 strikeouts, 23-4 record, .70 ERA. I mean, crazy numbers.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And we lost 4 games, and they were all, you know, 2 runs or less that we lost.
Yeah. And you guys are playing a good schedule too, so that's you know that even makes those stats ridiculous, right? I mean, you're not playing, you know, you're playing teams that can really play the game, and she's mowing those teams down like it's nothing. That just really surprised me last year. It was great, and she's a great kid too, and you know, just from knowing her, you know, at the end of the year, I was rooting for her. You know, I'm happy for her, you know, because of how good she was doing.
Yeah.
So where do you 2 young ladies think your leadership roles fit into this team?
Well, we're seniors. There's not that many of us. There's only 3. So it's our job, since we do have a younger group. See, we have sophomores, majority, juniors. It's younger. So we have to kind of show them the ropes because there was only 4 returning starters.
We also all have like a little, so like all the seniors have a 7th grader that like we kind of like take under our wing. Obviously we'll do that with everybody, but I think that's a really cool thing that we do.
No, I would agree. I think that's a great way to. I think you see a lot of teams where, you know, you have your cliques, and unfortunately that breeds some sort of dissension at times, and being able to do that and, you know, split up your seniors, split up those cliques, and you know, familiarize yourself with somebody you're not familiar with, you know, that can help with team bonding.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So off-season stuff, what do you, can I have field house? I can't.
We do. We have it's a beautiful field house.
Yeah.
It's a field house with turf. It has 2 pitching cages in it.
Nice.
And we've been, you know, we started on Saturday the 15th, and we've gone every day, and we've got live pitching. We've been able to go out on our football field, which is also turf. Yeah. And, you know, I couldn't ask for a better facility than Campbell County has. Yeah. We do have, you know, one of the things these girls coming in here, the leadership is phenomenal. And we have some really young players starting. You know, we have a freshman behind the plate, Izzy Wisman, you know, taking over for Becca Mitchell, who was an outstanding catcher as well. And, you know, to have these girls just to show them the ropes and help them feel comfortable is huge.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, you've been in place, you know, for a while, so they're able to pass down the, you know, how to do certain drills. What are the expectation on the drills? What's the expectation on, you know, the rules of the game, the cutoffs of plays, you know, the different things that you expect, right? And and that goes a long way with these guys being able to help those 7th, 8th, and 9th graders come in and understand those expectations, right? And drills are 100%, and it's, you know,
right.
it's you know, when you get between the lines, it's business and that kind of thing. So
yeah.
it's nice to have good leadership like you're talking about.
Yeah. And a lot of these kids have played summer ball. You know, we've got, like they said, the 7th graders. We have 3 7th graders that are playing JV, and honestly, they're great players. You know, I told when we had our tryouts, we do have a freshman team, and I told the girls, in years past, this is my 9th year at Campbell County, and years past, you know, this freshman team, you know, we're teaching them how to throw, and these kids, realistically, we had to extend tryouts because we just couldn't get down to a solid number that we felt comfortable that these kids were going to be not cheating anybody by cutting them. So, the talent level has increased by having, talent level in Northern Kentucky. The competition you play against, that certainly increases everything, for you. And, it's just, there's just more opportunities for girls out there to play.
Yeah. How many you have in your program this year?
We have 20 JV varsity, and then we have 14 on the freshmen, so there's 34 total.
Yeah.
We cut maybe 8 to 10, overall.
Okay.
And we still have some, Taylor plays basketball, there's a couple basketball players still coming out.
Yeah.
So I've known Ashley since about this high.
I'm sorry.
Her daughter and my daughter played on the same summer teams for quite some time. So what's it feel like that, this is your last time you'll be playing competitive softball?
It's weird because I've been playing it for 14 years, and now it's coming to an end and I'm not going to be doing it anymore.
Yeah.
It's hard to kind of even imagine not playing.
Yeah. That's tough.
Yeah.
For anybody that played baseball or softball, that spring after your senior year, you're gearing up. The grass, you start smelling the grass and all that kind of. You're like, it's just not there. It is tough. That was a tough part for me. A tough part for a lot of kids to play.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, and good luck the rest of the season.
All right. Thanks for having us. This is
No
really
problem.
nice. Thank you.
Good luck basketball.
Thank you. Good luck with it.
Oh.
All right, now we'll bring in head coach Mike Knotts of the Walton Verona Bearcats out of the 8th region. So why don't you introduce everybody?
I have Faith Alford, senior. She pitches, plays infield for us. In an emergency, we might play her some outfield, who knows. And we have another senior, Addison Michael.
Wow.
She might play a few different positions for us this year.
Well, just speaking of her, I know last year Addie had some back issues.
Shoulder.
Oh, shoulder, that's
Now
right.
it's
shoulder.
back.
Now it's back.
Yeah.
Shoulder.
So taking you out of the catching position, what positions do you see yourself playing?
I mean, I want to play shortstop, but I don't know if he wants me to play
lead off, right?
shortstop.
Yeah. We'd rather have her on the field for as many games as possible.
Well, I work with one of your assistant coaches, and the other day he came up to me and said, Addie wants to pitch 1 inning when we play you. And I said, this ought to be fun.
Oh my gosh.
And we want to give the seniors an opportunity to have one senior inning where they can play whatever position they want. So I think Faith is going to catch.
I'm pitching.
Yeah.
And I would say Emma Strunk is going to probably just stay at first. I just guess.
All right, and speaking with Addie last year, I think she was your leading hitter, 449 average, 31 hits, 18 RBIs. But you also have freshman Kendall Blau coming back.
Yep.
37 hits, 20 RBIs, 385 average. I think her dad might have skewed the numbers a bit, but we'll just go with those.
Well, her dad has nothing to do with the numbers, which is a good thing. No, Kendall's a great ball player. She's going to be even better the older she gets. I mean, she's a gamer. I mean, she'll practice sometimes where she's kind of all over the place, and then when game time comes, she's right there.
So how many girls you got total in your program this year?
We are very light this year. I mean, we're a small school. I think our student base is 600, a little over 600 maybe. So we're losing girls to track for some reason. Track is huge at Walton Verona. They've got a lot high numbers for track. Basketball, of course, AAU basketball. Those are the two main things that take our softball players away from us. So we're going to be total 15 this year as of today. So we will have a JV as well, but we'll be low.
So you mentioned AAU basketball, select soccer, select volleyball. We all compete against that. Do you,
Correct.
How do you, especially at a small school, right? It's when Chris and I have talked about this in the past too. He's at a smaller school as well. How do you kind of walk that line of, do you stay flexible for those athletes that want to do those things and still keep your discipline with the kids that are there for softball? How do you handle if somebody came and said, hey, I'd love to play, but I play AAU basketball?
Oh yeah, I mean it's tough. You want them there,
right?
You want them there in your program full time. Usually, what happens, and when I was at Notre Dame, what would happen is those girls would go to JV, and that's what they'd play. And I do offer that to girls right now, but they just decide not to. They decide not to even try out because they just want to go on with their AAU season or run track.
Right. And the reason I asked that, my oldest daughter was an AAU basketball player all her life, right? And about 8th grade, somebody invited her to come to Highlands and, to play softball. She ended up going to college for softball.
Right.
She switched it over. So there are opportunities where those kids get burned out on that other sport or fall in love with this sport or whatever. So that's the tough part for us coaches is how do you keep a program disciplined and hold everybody accountable, but keep flexibility for a certain few, right? And that's, especially in softball, we've had 100 conversations about volleyball and basketball and soccer being huge around here and taking our athletes from us. Right. So, that's always a challenge, I know, for all of us. So, it's one of those things.
It's a tough challenge because, assistant coach Gene, he knows everybody in Walton, I think. When he goes to basketball games, he's always trying to recruit. Right. When I go to the basketball games, we're going around asking kids, and you have some to say, yeah, we'll come and work out a couple times, and decide not to try out. So that's where you're at. I mean, I think we had 5 or 6 girls this year to do that to us, and I don't hold anything against them. It just they decided to go a different route.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough. It's tough.
So, girls, what are your expectations for the season?
I don't know. I just want everyone to do their best. Everyone show up, give it their all when they get there. Just hope for the best throughout the whole season. Never get down on yourself.
Yeah, me and Addison have played since 7th grade. We've played together high school ball. And so I think just we've put a lot of practices and time into this program. And just a big thing, especially for me this season, is the girls have already been working so hard this past week. And that's just so rewarding to see. I'm just really excited to even after we leave to come back and be able to watch them and just even watch them develop not only as players but also as young girls.
Do you guys, either one of you, have any aspirations of coaching once you're...
We talk about it all the time.
Yeah. Since 7th grade, we've always talked about how we're going to coach together. Yeah.
They will hate us.
Yeah, they
will.
Don't all players hate coaches for a while at some point until they realize what they were doing?
That'll be fun. You can get a taste of what you gave all of us, throughout the years. But no, it's always fun. I've with my daughters playing summer ball, I've had the chance to watch Addie from so high, and it's neat to see the kids progress as they get older, and you've turned into one heck of an athlete, whether it's softball or basketball.
Yeah, fun to watch the development.
Yeah,
it really is.
All right. Well, good luck this season.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Now we'll bring in new head coach at Connor High School, Mr. Sean Sproles.
Time limit.
Yep, get the hook ready.
All right, gentlemen, good to see you.
Yeah.
Sean is a former assistant for Rob at Highlands.
Yeah.
4 years, yes, sir.
And also, before that, just recently, you were the assistant at Boone County.
Correct. Spent the last 3 years there.
So what's it like now being able to be in charge of your own program, so to speak?
Being back home, first off, is pretty nice.
Yeah,
right? Graduated from Connor in '94. Coaching staff, I was going to bring my assistant with me today. He's a retired firefighter. On Sundays, he works a gig, and he got called into work, so he couldn't make it. But he actually graduated. Austin Kresser graduated with me in 1994 at Connor, too.
Nice.
Introduced me to my wife and everything, so it's been kind of nice. We've reconnected, so to speak, to coach softball. Having their own program and everything else, I mean, Rob knows. I talk to him regularly when it comes to a lot of this stuff. It's been great. Administration's been great. The girls are amazing. And just taking that pride that, hey, I'm back home, so to speak, walking around the gym and we're doing practices and seeing similar things that, look good. Takes you back 25 years. But being able to kind of put my own philosophy into place and kind of getting the girls up to speed on kind of taking my summer ball mentality, because I've been doing that for 7 years, and it's been good. It's been a really good start. The girls are great, and administration's been good. So
I was going to say, when you talk about the administration, you got one heck of a great AD in Jimmy Hicks, who was a former coach, with the softball and the longtime coach of the boys basketball team. Jimmy's a really good guy.
That he is.
So last year, you're replacing 5 starters from last year's team, including Ashley Lindsay pitching.
Correct.
Most people, might not know the 33rd district tournament last year was an unbelievable occurrence where I think they were the 4. Connor was a 4 seed, and she throws a 1-hitter against Boone County, a home run to Karis Black in the 7th inning, and then in the championship game, no hits Ryle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one heck of a 2-game streak right there. How do you replace somebody like that?
Well, it's what we're spreading right now is the process, right? The good news is the first thing that we wanted to do when we got back in there, because we're coaching staff 4 and 5 years, I believe. So building stability and some consistency. Program-wise, we have 27 girls in the program, which is nice.
Yeah.
16 of them are freshmen and under. So our goal was to kind of get back in the program. I'll use Rob's mentality that when we got to Highlands is go find the athletes, right? Go find athletes, let's get them interested in softball, and we'll start developing from there. So we're at a good spot to start with. Experience is it's a big thing. I mean, obviously losing those 5 starters, but at the other day at practice, how many girls have played more than 8 to 9 varsity games, and I had 4 or 5 girls at most raise their hands. Pitching staff, I had 6 pitchers pitching before practice yesterday, 1 for each class. But experience-wise for the varsity, I think the most we've thrown is 1 inning. So the message right now is just kind of enjoy the process. Coaching with Rob, he knows I'm a big speech and metaphor guy, right? So it's enjoy the process, and then be where your feet are is something I picked up from Nick Saban, is basically just live where your feet are at that moment, because the biggest concern we're going to have right now is just when we face adversity and not overthinking certain situations. But I'm blessed with 3 seniors. Caitlin Becknell obviously just committed to Thomas More. Phenomenal infielder, can do whatever we need. She's taken on a leadership position. Emily Blaker, senior pitcher, same thing. She's done well. She's improved. Had some girls come in. We were working on some different pitches, so she's getting the reps there. And then Ashley Dishman, who was a varsity player as a sophomore, did not play last year. She came back this year. So she'll get some infield time, and it's helped out tremendously. And being new to the program, obviously, you have seniors, you hope they buy in right away. And to Becknell and Blaker and Dishman's credit, they've bought in right away. They've been great leaders, and it's kind of passing all the way down.
Well, I was going to say, besides the seniors you got coming in, junior Emma Houston, last year, 32 hits, 444 average. That's a nice get for a junior.
Correct.
To be.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it's I think you've gone about the right approach of going out and finding the athletes. I mean, it's a good philosophy. And I know I just you sent out a email to all the coaches a couple weeks ago looking for freshman games, because the underclass, the younger kids that you got, and have you've been able to? I mean, I'm trying to think how many teams have freshman teams. I mean, I remember when we were able to use 6th graders and 7th graders. We had. I mean, our first year at Newcath, our freshman team, when we were able to get 6th graders, we had 28 kids in 6th and 7th grade.
The key is I've scheduled good so far. We've got 19 to 20 freshman games scheduled up to 18 JV, and then we have our varsity schedule. Took a philosophy we had back from my old Bluebird days with the younger kids is they'll get their freshman innings, and then when it comes to JV, we're going to split them up and call them a red team, blue team. So half those girls are going to get at least half the JV innings as well. So obviously to build the program, we want as many girls in the program, but we have to feed them in innings to keep them interested. So the scheduling part's there, but even from the varsity, the girls that are going to be on the varsity, with, as you talked about, Emma Houston, my sophomore class with Meredith Darling, Alex Cobble, Haley Kircher, who caught last year. I got, 2 freshmen and Hungler and Kiera, 2 8th graders. So even my varsity lineup's going to be still young. But it's good to see that mix. I got a couple other juniors with Lamping and Dell. But we've got to keep the youth there, but you got to find them innings because, as you guys know, if you get them in the program, it's great. But if they practice all year round and they're only playing, 6 or 7 games, there's no carrot for them to come back next year, so to speak. Right. So we did schedule hard. We did some things internally that'll make sure they're getting enough innings. The other thing we're going to do that's a little different here too is we got enough to split up practices now. So when we have our varsity practice after school, freshman JV coming after, and the coaches can spend time developing that as a staff. Because that's the key where we're at right now, where we have a good nucleus, 14 strong on the varsity, but then the other part of it is making sure that we stay developed up to keep kids coming in the program.
Now, where are you guys relegated to practice? I'm trying to think. You got, besides the high school gym, you guys get to use?
We get the small gym at the high school. We got the parking lot. The last 2 days we've been outside, so it's been great. We've got probably 3 to 4 practices outside in the last 2 weeks. Which is needed because it's a new staff. Now, we started conditioning right away in August last year, so we got to spend some time out there with some of the girls, but being a new staff, we really haven't got to see them all on the game situational stuff we need. But it's basically small gym stuff. So this week's going to be a little cumbersome because we have districts that we're hosting, so our practices are cut a little short, right? Yeah, and it doesn't look like we'll be able to get outside too much this week. Right. But we were able to get a lot of work in this past week. So, like I said, with Jim and I'll throw Arlo out there from the baseball side because we have to work together to share that time, and he's been pretty helpful, and it's been a pretty good start. For sure.
Before we started, me and Rob were talking about that. You're in the. It's nice to be able to have facilities where you can go inside in this kind of weather, but after a while, you get bored. I mean, the coaches get bored, the players get bored because you're relegated sometimes to doing the same things. And like Rob said, sometimes you try to put a quirk into some of the different exercises you're doing just to break up the monotony. But, once you can get outside, it makes all the difference in the world.
It changes everything. I mean, it's like we started doing some team theme nights where I let them dress up a different theme. We're just trying to break it up. What they're finding out very quickly with me, the varsity, is I'm an old school classroom note taker. So when you got 27 kids that are in the gym, and if JV and freshmen need to hit, I was really impressed with them Friday. I sat up top of the press box, walked up, and as soon as I was walking up the steps, there was 14 kids with the notepads out, and we spent 20, 30 minutes going over hitting philosophies and bunt coverages and small things like that. So as a coach, you do have to be creative a little bit because, like you said, if you just continue with 27 kids in a gym and that's all you have, it just gets stale. And then, then they read your energy, and you can only sometimes fake it so much in those situations.
You're right. You and I have talked a ton about the mental part of hitting. What are you telling your girls? Because I'm sure that's going to be some of those note taking, right? That you're talking about in those classroom type of situations that you're having with them. What are you telling your kids around the mental part?
I think the basic thing that we're running into right now is they've had so many different coaches in their ears for the last 5 years. I kind of giggle. I walked in there day one and sat down and said, okay, I played Ryle, Cooper, and Boone, been with Boone. This is how we're going to beat these teams with game plans, right? So this is how we're going to offensively attack them and this and that. So I know how to beat Karras, and I know how to beat Amber Cheney, and I can get Creech. But as we started talking, it's just their minds were blown this. Right. So it's at the point now of just sitting down, not adjusting swings as much right now as, okay, here's going to be our philosophy. Kind of where I'm at when I teach hitting, what I'm about, hunting for pitches instead of getting yourself out. Stats are great. I'm not always the stat guy. Because if you're 3 for 3, but in my point, you didn't have any productive at-bats, that's great. But to me as a coach, and you guys know that, it's the productive at-bats. I can tell if you're hitting the ball hard.
Right.
But the most important thing we're trying to teach right now, just because we're young and varsity experience is an issue, is being comfortable when you're at the plate and at least having a plan before you get to the plate.
Right.
Whether you execute it or not, it is what it is. And as we've always talked about, it's a battle. Win that one battle.
Mm-hmm.
If not, tip your hat and get the next one.
Yeah, and I think the three of us having in common, having new coaches, being new coaches at new teams. You mentioned it before. It's tough to how much information do you give them, right? How much can they absorb? Even if they're knowledgeable about the game. So from Pendleton's side, I have a bunch of kids that are really knowledgeable, but I do things a little bit different, right? So how much do I pound in? And how do I balance that of what they can take and when they got overload? And I think that's what you were saying is how do you, let's start from the beginning. Let's peel the onion all the way back. Let's start from the beginning and let's see what you know too. That's the other thing too, right? You don't want to tell a bunch of kids that already know things that here's what you do. You lose them, right? So how do you do that? And that sounds like what you're talking about there.
It is. It's a trust issue. The biggest thing with me, like I told them, they've had three other coaches sit in front of them for whatever circumstances that are no longer there.
Right.
So I can sit in front of them and tell them I'm not going anywhere. I'm a Connor grad. But, obviously you still got to build that trust.
Yep.
The good thing is right now is, I have it. I'm pretty comfortable with that. They know that we're there to develop and get them better. And like you said, it's just taking time to peel it back, let them understand where they are. The biggest part with this group is let them know it's okay to fail.
Right.
Right? Because of lack of varsity experience, we're going to fail. And I'm okay. And we'll use the words that we always used, focus, effort, and attitude.
Right.
Physical mistakes are going to happen. The only time you're going to see me go crazy is if focus, effort, attitude aren't there.
Yep.
And they're bought in. I'm extremely excited what we got. I'm extremely excited what we can do.
Yep.
I see it. They'll see it some days. But the philosophy is like you said, because we have a whole different cut sequence that we were doing yesterday, and they were getting so frustrated. And so I have to actually peel myself back and say, do I need to change myself to adjust a little bit? And we'll see how it plays out. Yeah.
Funny, we worked on the same thing yesterday, and I had the same frustration from my kids, too.
Little Haley Kircher, great catcher, little sophomore, and she's realizing now for a catcher for me, as Nikki Bridgers realized that Boone, my catchers are I put everything on them.
Will you please come and tell my catchers at Pendleton that, because I'm on them the same way.
And she's just looking at me when I'm changing cuts on her, and she's like, I'll get there. I'm just, okay, I'll get there. I said, just bear with it.
Yeah,
but it's been good.
All right. Well, thank you, and good luck for
this.
Yep,
not a problem. See you guys. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, buddy.
Now we'll bring in Jeff Morgan, head coach at Simon Kenton, accompanied by his daughter and assistant coach, Kayla Morgan. Welcome, folks.
Hi.
How you doing? I can't complain.
How you guys?
Good to see you.
I know.
Thank you guys for doing this again. This is exciting.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. We enjoy it. Yeah.
So before we start talking about your team, how's it like working for Dad?
It's fun. I was thinking about it on the way here, and it was like there were moments where we were playing, when I was playing against them, and Haley had her 100th career RBI against Grant, and those are kids that have been in our lives for a really long time, and it's like you want to be so excited, but you're like, oh, she's on the other team. And then there was another time where there was a region game, and I was getting text updates from one of the parents, and I'm like, tell my dad, this and that, or whatever, tell him I said good luck. So it's been fun. I really have enjoyed getting to be back around in the game with my dad, and my mom too. She's there too, so it's fun. It's been
we
really
always
cool.
call her the boss.
Oh, yeah.
She is.
She is, for sure.
All right, so you lose one senior from last year, Sam Glove. Two? Oh, I'm sorry.
Two. Lost Callie Kennedy as
Okay,
well.
yes. But you return 4 juniors that, if no one knows, have been on the varsity roster since they were 5th graders. Most of them have been starting since they were 6th graders.
I feel like they should be like 28 by now.
Yeah, well, it's
they
amazing.
just keep showing up and playing.
It's amazing. By the time they graduate next year, they'll have 8 varsity seasons under their belt.
That's crazy.
But if you look at their numbers,
good varsity seasons.
Yes.
They've been varsity players.
Yeah, that's exactly that.
They were they were that good then. That's the reason we played them up.
Yep.
No, we talked about it before we started today, before everybody got here. When you brought those girls up, you got them, you grandfathered them in as fifth graders when the state was going to abolish having sixth graders play. Right. Me and Rob both said that was the smartest.
Brilliant.
He did a brilliant job. Exactly. So looking, you have obviously, I think anybody would say the best player on your team, numbers wise, Macy Croman, 59 hits, 36 runs, 44 RBIs, 16 doubles, 9 home runs, 492 average, and she's also your pitcher.
And
but
her numbers were down.
That was a down year for Macy, too.
Yes, yeah. I mean, because I think she was second in the state in home runs as a sophomore with like 16.
As a freshman.
Freshman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we get another year. Don't
Yeah,
take
I
a year
know, I
away.
know. But you also have junior Hallie Perry, 35 hits, 35 RBIs. Aubrey Dance, 38 hits, 39 runs, 29 RBIs, 7 home runs. Tegan Turpin, and sophomore Alexis Baker, 42 hits, 6 home runs. I mean, you've got quite a talented group that still has another year or two to go.
We hit the ball well. We
Yes.
did. We've got some good hitters.
Yep.
We need to keep teams from scoring so much on us, and that's one of our priorities right now is playing better defense.
Yeah, because you smash it. I mean, you came over early against us last year at Highlands, and I mean, we couldn't get you out. I mean, it was just. I mean,
I remember I was there watching
yes,
that.
I mean, that was it was like it was one of those post game speeches where you just go, they hit it. I mean, there's not much you could do. I mean, you didn't hit balls easy. You didn't hit them soft. We didn't make errors. You just hit it through us. I mean, it was a display. And, there's just not much you can say to your team after that.
Well, one of our better, it was a good hitting game for us. I mean, we've had a few games like that. And then there's others where, when we go down to Lexington, we go to Louisville, we'll struggle with some of the better pitchers. But for the most part, we hit the ball well.
Yeah. Absolutely. So you talk about going down there. So you're, I guess, number one in your region right now. Oldham or?
I would say Woodford County.
Oh, Woodford. Okay.
Now that
because
Woodford
they made
moved
that
in.
move. They've
Yeah.
switched that move. Okay, I forgot.
They'll be
From the
close.
11th to the 8th.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so where do you guys feel you can get both those guys? Get them in a one game.
We could.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're working toward.
Yeah, absolutely.
We played both Woodford and Oldham last year. We're closer. I mean, we're closer than we've been in the past, but we've still got some work to do.
Right.
to catch up
And
with
you guys are that Northern Kentucky team that got kind of some bad luck, stuck in that strong Louisville area, region. If you're playing in the 9th up here with us, I mean, you're one of the top teams in the last 3 or 4 years, if not the top team. So, it's good to have that competition, but then you'd love to reap some of that sometimes and be able to get them once or twice. So, it's my I don't think anybody agrees with how they did Simon Kenton back in the day and put them in that region down there, but
Well, I think
it's
it's the silliest thing when you've got three Kenton County schools in three different
regions, and two of them are a couple miles away from each other playing in different regions. I mean,
makes
how do you
sense.
get any rivalries or
Well, the other thing too is I feel sorry for the driving you have to do just to play a regional opponent.
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
That's why we spend most of our time up here in Northern Kentucky. I mean, bus rides to Oldham County on Tuesday nights are tough.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and especially if you're trying to get a JV game in too, right? I mean, you're trying to get all your kids some playing time, and it takes an hour or so to get there, and then turn around and play, and you play a 2.5 hour game, and those JV kids are, and then we all got kids that play varsity JV, right?
Sure.
So they sit through the varsity game, and then play a JV game. They're there, they leave school at 3:30, and they'll go home until 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Yep.
I mean, how is that? That's tough.
Yeah, it is. So we try to get a Oldham County team on Friday. We'll try to find some ways to play some of the teams because you want to feel like you're part of the region.
Sure.
And we haven't. we see Spencer County every once in a while. It's a 100-mile drive to Spencer County. So, but we have there's good competition here. I mean, there's still good competition in Northern Kentucky. And we try to play most of them.
And I know we all travel, on the weekends and play some tries and tournaments, and we've seen you guys out at different places, and that's the other thing you do is because to your point, if you're going to compete with Oldham and Woodford at the end, you got to see teams of that caliber, right? Or you're going to be deer in the headlights. So I know you guys do that a lot too. You got any big tournaments coming this year?
We're going to Franklin County, and we go to Tate's Creek, and Butler County, which we're going to do that over spring break, which we're going to spend a couple days down there because that's a pretty good ride. It'd be nice for the girls. Girls always love the overnight stays. Always a lot of fun. But yeah, we try to get out. I mean, and enjoy the trips.
Right. And playing somebody different too. That's always fun.
So who are some of the some of the girls that we haven't mentioned that are going to be possibly filling some key spots for you this year?
Well, we have one senior, Grace Kidwell, and she's already committed to Miami Hamilton. So, and she's a leader. I mean, she's a senior, and she's taking on a leadership role, and she does well at it. I think you mentioned all four of our junior girls. We plus Baker, who's a sophomore. That's a good one. We have Landry Dance, who didn't play any last year because of an injury. She'll be our second pitcher this year, and she really throws the ball well and great hitter too.
Well, that was gonna be my next question. Who are you gonna have backing up Macy?
It should be Landry if she's healthy and she throws the ball well. She really does. She'll be a good complement for Macy.
Because I know, for those that don't know, Macy, as an 8th grader, verbal to the University of Illinois, and on she plays for the Beverly Bandits out of Chicago. I think she's third baseman for that team.
Yeah.
So.
Really not. She's fun to watch. She's just fun.
I'm glad she's finally on my team and not on the other team.
And the other coaches in the region, as fun as she is, we can't wait till she's a senior, right? Get her out of here. No, she's fun to watch. So.
And Paige Herringer is our returning. She started in left field last year, and she's a returning outfielder.
She's our only returning outfielder, so she'll have a load on her shoulders working with a couple of new outfielders.
And what year is she?
She's sophomore.
Sophomore? Oh, nice. Good. Well, at least you have it for a couple years, good years then.
Good player.
Yeah, she hits the ball well. She had really bad luck last year. She hit a million line drives right to the third baseman, right to the left.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because that's what we were talking about with the Connor coach earlier is stats can show you one story, but when you're there every day watching them, right, it's a different story, and you might have some kid hitting 285, and to your point, hit 9 straight line drives at the second baseman. Well, that she's hitting the ball hard and it's going to start falling. But you look at stats, and that just only tells one side. So
that's true.
Yeah.
So how many girls you got on your freshman team? Because I have to mention Alvia Larkham.
Olivia.
It's Olivia.
Olivia.
Yeah. Her dad texts me and says, "Are you going to mention anything about the freshman team?" I told him, I said, I'll try to give her a plug.
I tell you what, we had our first full practice yesterday. We do 5 days of tryouts, and we did our first full practice yesterday, and we started out with the freshman team, and we were all in agreement that that's the best freshman group we've ever had.
Nice.
I mean, very, very good group, and 5 girls that pitch.
Wow.
I mean, not varsity level pitchers, but they are pitchers, and they're 7th and 8th graders, which means we're going to have them in a program for a while.
Nice. And you might have somebody that can help them with pitching, right? Sitting next to you.
Or her younger sister.
Well, our freshman coach too, Jessica Swope, she played at Simon Kenton, and she was a pitcher as well.
Wow.
And she was a good pitcher in her time. So we do have some
Yeah.
girls that know how to
Yeah,
pitch.
some girls know how to pitch. Like the one sitting next to you.
Well, you probably could have had one of the best freshman team if all these juniors would have played on a freshman team
Right,
instead
yeah.
of varsity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As sixth graders, right?
Yeah.
You know, the numbers over the last few years were down a little bit. You know, and we've talked about this, you know, it's kind of a wave here. You know, one year you'll have a big group, and then the next year you have, you know, one in that class.
Yeah.
And, you know, and then another big group.
Yeah.
And right now we've got, you know, several classes where we have big groups. We've
Yeah.
had about, when we have 38 come out this year, which is
Yeah. Yeah.
one of the higher
Yeah.
numbers we've had in a
Yeah,
while.
that's awesome. That's
Mhm.
awesome.
Well, and do you have, I mean, how many of those younger girls play travel ball? Because, you know, I'm familiar with the dances and Chad's, you know, affiliation with the Bandits organization. You know, is something like that helping to, you know, do you have a lot of those girls that play, that are on your freshman team that are either in that Bandits organization at some level or other
Well, you
travel
got
teams?
the Explosion organization.
Yeah.
We've got, you know, a few girls with them, but we do have, what would you say? I'd say half the girls in our program are playing travel ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
no.
Which is a huge jump from just a few years ago. I mean, I always tell a story. I was like the first year I took over at Highlands, and we traveled down to a big tournament. We were playing, I don't remember, one of the big teams down there that is loaded, and they spanked us. And but I was just talking to them because I'm a talker, and I and so I said, well, I was just curious, how many travel players you guys got on your in your program? And he looked at me like I had four heads, and I didn't know why. And he answered me with, "We cut travel players." And I'm thinking, at that time I had maybe 3 or 4, right? And now you do see up here in Northern Kentucky, though, you do see, to your point, you maybe got half your team now, and that's probably, where we are in a lot of these teams now, starting to get these travel ball players.
Speak
and
for yourself.
Well, yeah. But a lot of teams are. But the Bandits and Explosion and the Chaos groups and all that have helped. All of us have gotten involved with some of those groups and helped, do camps and things and push kids that way. And I think it's really helped us in Northern Kentucky.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've always had the travel programs. I mean, they've been here, but it seems like there's more now than there has been in the past, which is, gives the girls more opportunities.
Right, and we've talked a bunch too. Is you got, basketball, soccer, and volleyball up here, and it's always been hard for us softball coaches to get to those athletes before those things did because there wasn't a lot of good. I mean, there was rec softball and there was a few here and there, but it just wasn't as developed as what it is now. So I think we're starting to see some of those athletes show up in our high school programs.
Yeah, and I've always thought that it's just the area. I mean, there's more people that are, volleyball, basketball, soccer. We're probably number 4 up here.
Oh, I agree.
And other parts of the state, like Owensboro, Bowling Green, those are softball
schools. Yep.
Softball hot communities.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I mean, you look at least for all the Catholic grade schools up here, they start basketball first grade, soccer, the same thing, volleyball. It's usually they have 3rd and 4th grade they start that.
Yep.
So those kids get acclimated to those sports. There's softball doesn't come kicking around, at least on the high school level, till 7th grade, unless you can find them that are playing the travel ball.
And let's face it, till maybe 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade, softball's boring.
Oh, it's horrible.
I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah.
You sit out there for 45 minutes and watch a team bat around, and you don't get much action. I get it. I get why kids would run away from it early on. But
it is. It's a tough watch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you and good luck this season.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right.
And we'll
care.
see you
Not
first week of the
not
season.
long. I know.
And you're coming to us. So.
Yeah, we are coming to you guys.
Him and Paul will have the field ready.
All
I won't
right.
say we. I'll say he.
All right. Now we'd like to bring on a first-year head coach from the Lloyd Juggernauts. Oh God, I'm drawing a blank right now.
On my
Jaden.
name or hers?
Huh?
My name or hers?
Jaden Gentry.
Jordan.
Jordan.
Yeah,
Jade.
that's
You're
Jada.
Jada, yeah. So, you played at Pikeville, was it?
Yes, I did.
And you just graduated last year? Or the year
Yes.
before?
Well, I graduated in December, but my last year playing was last year.
Yeah, and I remember you from when you played for the Juggernauts.
Yep.
One hell of a player.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was, I think he had to go all the way back to the slow pitch days when current Dayton head coach.
Oh yeah.
Beth Fields
Yeah, Beth,
was
yeah.
a slow pitch player at Lloyd.
Yeah.
She was a state champ, all state and all that. So, no, it was. I know we've talked about it in the past, watching you play from your playing days. One heck of an athlete. So, what's it like now taking over as head coach of your alma mater?
It's really exciting. I'm glad to be back. The field's named after my grandpa, so it's like a real family history there.
Nice.
I've got a cousin on the team and my sister, so it's very exciting to be able to come back and give back to a program that gave me so much.
So you're coaching your sister?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Which one's that rougher on, you or her?
Pick one.
Probably me.
Yeah, I bet. I'm sure she's got high expectations for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She gets nervous too. I can see it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
don't be nervous that I'm here. Like, just
Right.
play.
Yeah.
So, what's the age difference?
We're 6 years apart. How? 16, 20. Yeah, 6 years apart. I had to think about it.
So, what's it? How are you going to take what you learn? Once going from being a player in high school to playing the college game, and how are you going to relate your knowledge onto these girls?
So definitely start with the basics. Try to remember what I was taught when I was first in high school, because I played baseball when I was little, so I didn't pick up softball until 7th grade. And then just advancing from there, going to what I learned in college. Or I played a summer of pro in Alabama this summer, and I learned a lot from my coach about coaching in general. She was helping me prepare, so she gave me a lot of good advice, and I'm bringing that here, trying to relate to the girls, make them understand that I understand where they're coming from. Right. I've been in all the same positions that they're in, so I get it. But we want to build on this program. We want to make this program something that it might not have been for a while. So I feel like they are starting to relate more, pick up more on my tendencies and where I'm coming from. So I think so far it's been pretty good.
Very well spoken. I like it.
Yeah, I love it. So what are you? I guess what I'm getting at is, what's the numbers at Lloyd now, or how, are you going after the athletes and trying to get them, to come out for softball? We've had that conversation with just about everybody. How are you going about that?
We've got a lot of athletes this year. We have lost some to track. We've got some still doing basketball. We've got a few that do volleyball still. They play travel volleyball, so we've got to deal with that schedule with them. She's one of them. We've got another girl on our team that is doing volleyball. Our numbers, this is probably the first year in a while we had to make cuts.
Yeah,
so
nice.
We had a few cuts this year. We're looking at 25 girls when basketball finishes, so I think it's a good number for Lloyd that we haven't had in a while.
Yeah,
so.
Good for you. Yeah. I said nice when you said cuts. It's never easy to make cuts, but to have the opportunity to have that many kids.
Yeah, I think the last time there was like a tryout that I can remember was my 7th grade year where we had to make cuts, so it's been quite a while for that.
Now, is that you're just keeping JV and a varsity team?
Yeah, just JV and varsity.
Yeah. And looking at you lost three key players from last year. Mm-hmm. Pitcher Bree Burrows being, I would think, the top one.
Yeah.
Besides her pitching abilities, she was one heck of an offensive player. Mm-hmm. So who you looking to fill her role in the pitching spot?
For pitching wise, we have Caitlin Walker. She got pitching time last year. We also have Kayla Morgan. She's a junior. Caitlin Walker's a sophomore. So we've got both of them. We've got 2 more girls that are working on their pitching abilities and are improving every day. So We definitely have more pitchers than I thought we would, so I'm very excited about that.
What about catching? How's the catching look?
Catching, both of our catchers are on basketball, so we're waiting on them to come. We have 2 girls that do catch at practice right now and are working on their abilities as well, so they definitely stand a chance to get some innings behind the plate. But our main 2 catchers from last year are doing basketball right now, so they'll be back sometime this week, hopefully.
Hopefully,
yeah.
Well, you do have, besides your sister, Rumor Setters returning junior, and let's see, last year her numbers 36 hits, 27 RBIs, and a .507 average. And Madison Kennedy 37 hits, 34 RBIs, and a .552 average. So you've got, and besides your sister, 21 hits and a .396 average. So you got some offensive players coming back. Who do you see filling some of these roles from the players that you did lose?
Well, we lost a first baseman. We've got another junior. Her name's Morgan Cantor. She's looking to play first base. We also have Emily Adams, who's working at first base. We lost a shortstop. With that, we're looking at a few different girls. Jada being one of them. Haley Cantor, she's a freshman. Haley Cantor's a freshman. She's looking pretty good. We've got Susan Lunsford's looking pretty good at shortstop. So we've got a few for each position that we're just working to see which one they'll feel best. But it's good to have utility players. I was a utility player, so I'm excited with that.
So what? Are you going to be bringing a lot of? Do you have a set varsity team and a set JV team? Or are you going to have some of those JV playing both?
We haven't set anything yet. We might have a few girls playing both, but with our numbers this year, we should be able to have a set varsity and maybe 1 or 2 playing JV, but we should be able to set them apart.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, that's always nice to be able to do that, because there's times when you've got girls playing both that it could become an issue when it comes to schoolwork and stuff like that. So it's always nice to be able to they only have to be there for the JV, or they only have to be there for the varsity. So that's a nice luxury to have.
Yeah, it really is, and you got great numbers for that. That's nice. And then too, the other thing too you like to do is reward some of those JV kids, right? If those JV kids are really doing well down there, and even being a little bit higher expectation, you got that ability to move them up, and that's a reward that you can use for them, an incentive, right?
Absolutely.
To bring them up. So when you have that separation, it's nice. Yeah.
Well, thank you, and good luck this season.
Yeah.
I know we'll be out to see you, I think, early in the season.
Yeah, I think we just looked it up, March 25th, I think we play. So.
Hopefully it's a little warm.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
All right. Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Good
Thank
luck. Couple familiar faces.
Now we'd like to welcome in the head coach at Ryle, Mr. Craig Milburn, and his star catcher, third baseman, Kai Dickerson.
Thank you for having us.
Hey,
Let me first of all congratulate you on your new job.
Thank you.
It's good to keep you involved in softball. You've done a lot.
Thank you. I really
and Chris,
appreciate it.
You do a ton for this area, so thank you
He's
very
done
much.
a little bit too, hasn't he?
He really promotes softball for us, so it's very much appreciated.
No problem. So you lost one senior last year.
One, and then we had a couple girls that didn't come back out, so that's a little bit of a change.
Yeah, but the one loss is a big loss in pitcher Hannah Bishop.
She was. I tell you what, she got more 2-out hits. She would come to the plate a lot of times with pressure and 2 outs, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody deliver more with 2 outs than her. But she was a great leader, and this year I'm blessed to have another senior that's filling right in where Hannah left off. So that goes a long way when you got leadership.
How's she getting playing time at Thomas More this year?
I've only seen her once. It's amazing once they leave. You don't get to see them that much, but. That's one of the probably the highlights of coaching is to see your girls or guys go on to play college ball. So Kai's going to Thomas More this year, so very proud of her. Yeah. Joining her sister there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Mackenzie's there.
So, speaking of your returning starters, you've got 3 that, stand out to me. Junior Annika Kopel, 29 hits, 29.
She's not coming back. She's not out this year.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, she's not.
I mean, it's funny because before we started, we were talking about different players, and like, no, this one's not coming out this year. I've got a couple myself that kind of disappointing to me.
Sometimes they just
and it's like what the heck? That's a shame. I mean, look, 29 hits, 29 RBIs. She did a great job in the circle. Man, that's a shame. But anyway, we'll move on from her. But
I still got really probably 3 or 4 of my top hitters. Kai, from her sophomore year to last year, raised her average 300 points. She hit 559, 64 hits. That's
64 hits.
Pretty good year.
22 doubles.
22 doubles.
And then you got, and let's see what.
Grace Morgan is one of her top hitters. She hit 436, 51 hits. And then Anna Prince, who's be a 10th grader this year, she had her 3rd best batting average. So we'll be all right there.
Man, I mean, when you got Kai following in her sister's footsteps as far as being a first team Division I player.
Right,
so
her and Grace both.
Let's you've got I know we talked over the fall. You've got 5 or 6 pitchers.
Right now, when we work out in the gym, I've got 6 girls that are pitching, and they're throwing strikes. Right. And of course, we return our top 2 pitchers, other than Hannah. Caitlin Creech, who's a junior, she had 7 wins last year, and then a pretty good pitcher coming up is 8th grader Maddie Goddard. She throws it pretty hard, and she works very hard at it. So I've got those top 2 pitchers back. Our JV last year really didn't lose a ball game, and we have our numbers. I've heard y'all talking about numbers. Our numbers are somewhat down. I kind of shoot for 25 to have out and maybe get on the team. We've got 22. I've got 1 that says she's coming from basketball, but of the 22 girls, 17 of them are 10th grade down.
Wow.
And 12 of them are 9th grade down. Yeah. So it's what I told the girls the other day. I've got 12 girls that I'm kind of really counting as varsity. And 5 or 6 of those I kind of feel like have got to be in the lineup. And the other 5 or 6 are really going to battle who plays those other 2 or 3 spots. So competition should make us better this year.
Yeah.
Let me let Kai talk a little bit.
I was going to ask her, I said, how I talked to your mom one day when I worked for FedEx, and I was making the delivery at the middle school, and we were talking, and she was telling me how the one day she came home and you and Kinsey are upstairs throwing a softball around and batting it around and upstairs. And she's like, what in the hell is going on up there? And it's just like, you guys have this competition. You love the game so much. What's it like having, an older sister to kind of push you? You want to try to be better than her. So, that competition, it drives you.
Yeah, like my whole life, really, I just always want to beat her. And I'll ask my mom, like, when Kinsey was my age, what was she doing? I'm better than what she was when I was at my age.
Putting her in a tough spot.
Yeah, always.
Yeah. They're both good ball players.
Yeah. What do you prefer? Third catch? Which?
Oh, depends on the day.
Yeah.
Last move, and it changes.
Well, that's an answer a coach wants to hear.
Well, like you say, Rob, she told me this year. Coach, just wherever you need me to play, and that's what you like to hear from all the girls.
Absolutely.
And I'm kind of, which is a good position to be in. To me, if I have my first choice in this game, you've got to have a pitcher.
Yeah.
But to me, catching is such a vital spot, and I really have 4 girls that I could put back there that I feel like will do the job.
Yeah.
Now, which one is going to be the best for us team-wise.
Right.
So I'm kind of blessed there, but catching is so vital in this game.
Oh, it's huge. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and we talked about, I know all of us how much emphasis we put on the catching, and you put a lot of responsibility on those guys.
Well, you can have a good pitcher, and if that pitcher doesn't have a good receiver,
right.
it takes your
and
pitcher down a notch.
Right? I mean, the cuts and everything. You see the whole picture. Yeah. You put a lot on a catcher. So
I've always told them I can't stand to see a catcher walk back to pick up a foul ball.
Right.
They've got, I don't know how many times I've yelled at her, ground ball, they're going behind first base. Right. The catcher's got to be moving, and everybody sees that, and they pick up from that. So it's just a vital spot to me.
Yep.
Well, I think, me and Rob can attest to this. This was probably about 6-7 years ago. Bellevue had a girl that probably threw as hard as any pitcher in Northern Kentucky, and Maddie Blevins. But they didn't have a catcher that could catch her.
Yeah.
I mean, she would throw gas, but catcher was constantly couldn't catch the ball.
And I feel like they put everybody on their team back there to try and get it done.
It was a shame.
Yeah.
You know, this year it's. I tell you, the talent. I've heard again talking to some of the coaches before I get to sit down here. You know, there are some teams up here that have a lot of young talent.
Yep.
And that's good for Northern Kentucky softball.
Absolutely.
But you're loaded.
Yeah.
You got just about everybody back, and had a great year with those girls. Had a great year. Cooper's got pretty much the same team. Notre Dame is young. I mean, it's going to be a battle, which makes it fun.
Oh, it does every night.
Yeah, I don't think in the years past, you could always every year, you could say it was going to be Connor or Ryle was going to be, the 9th region winner, simply because they had the pitching. And
well, this is my 7th year, which Kai's been with me all 7 years, and I'm telling you that our district, Connor, Cooper, Boone, and us. I mean, it's a battle to be first or second in that because usually all 4 of us, there's not a lot of difference between the 4 of us.
Well,
so at first game, I mean, Boone, to me, had the best team in our district last year and got beat the first game. It just happened. So, that just to get that region is a goal, and that first game for our district is tough.
Well, that's when Sean sat down here, we were talking about that. He loses that pitcher, Ashley Lindsay, who – in the district,
she was tough.
Threw a 1-hitter against Boone
and a no-hitter against us.
And a no-hitter, you knock off the number 4, the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed.
Yeah,
I mean
they came on at the right time.
Yeah. Right, and had enough to do it. That's that district.
So how's the what do you have? What is your outlook for what you want to see this team do this season?
Well, last week I was talking to them, and which everybody I'm sure tells their team. I mean, we gave teams too many innings with 5 outs, 6 outs, 4 outs, and I told them if we make the same errors, and I'm talking about routine errors.
Oh yeah.
If we make the routine error, which should be a pop up and you catch it, it's out. If we make those, we'll struggle this year just like we did last year. But, most of my girls have now had some varsity experience, which that experience goes a long way. But you cannot give up 4 or 5 outs an inning, and that just tears you up. So I kind of feel like my infield, I feel like I can cover the infield spot, but we have our one center fielder back who was an 8th grader last year, Avery Parsons, who plays center field. And I've just got to find 2 girls to fill in left and right that can chase the ball down and catch it. And, that's where a couple of the girls from the infield, might have to play outfield. But like I say, it's just competition is going to help me this year because I got 12 girls fighting to play.
I think, when you're talking about those, making that easy outs instead of creating another out for that team to have, I remember, for instance, last year, I came out and watched you guys play Rob's Highlands team and
couldn't get us out.
Run rolled them in 3 innings.
Couldn't get us out.
And then the next night, you go out and play. I think it was Dixie, and
7,
you didn't score a
7
run,
to nothing.
and you gave up. We talked you called me right after the game, and you said we made errors that were just routine that we shouldn't have.
Right.
And
it's a
it's
funny
amazing
game.
how that'll it'll backfire on you in a heartbeat.
Yep.
Just that girls can field the ball perfect, but they make a bad throw, and that's one of the things I've been teaching my kids.
Another thing, as far as the outlook, I mean, I've always tried to make a pretty good schedule. I know you've always had good schedules, and last year we had a losing record, 16-19, but we play pretty good games. So some of those losses, they help make you better. Our Pete and Oil tournament. You're going to be there. Our 3 games is Pendleton County, Knock from Pennsylvania, and DuPont Manual. That may be 3 as tough a games we have all year. I mean, that's in one weekend, but our schedule is strong. But that's, to me, what you need to do to make a good team.
So are you going to assume any kind of leadership role this year? Being there is, you've been on this team for 7 years. You've probably got the most seniority of any player on the team. So do you feel like you you have to take that role as a leader, or is that something that, you know, it comes natural to you?
I don't really take it. The girls give it to me. Like, they just, like, look up to me so much and they respect me. And, like, I don't really have to tell them to do much because they just expect, like, I don't know, they've been with me for 7 years, so they just expect what I need in them. And since they're so young, I focus on, like, the bonding and, like, bringing everyone together and not making them feel separated.
Kai's one of those that leads by example. I mean,
just gonna
she's somewhat vocal, but she leads by example, and I don't think you can ask for anything better when you do it and everybody else sees that. So it's hard to be a leader if you're not one that pushes yourself.
No, you know, it's always, you know, been watching her play forever. You know, her sister, you know, McClay before her, you know, so, you know, you've always had, you know, that one player that, you know, everybody enjoys going out to see play, and, you know, their athleticism, their hustle, you know, the way they carry themselves on and off the field. So, you know, it's always fun to be able to watch players like you.
Thank you very much.
All right, good luck this season.
Thank you again, guys. Good luck.
Thanks. Take care. All right. Hi, girls.
Now we welcome in Dave Meyer, the head coach at Villa Madonna.
Girls take front stage. Thanks for having us. Rob, congratulations on the job.
Oh, thank you.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce who you brought with you?
We got our two captains, senior first baseman, four-year starter Karina Borchers, and junior shortstop, second baseman, catcher, outfielder Casey Fulton.
Nice. Welcome, ladies.
So, you know, we always start off by, you know, talking about the you know, the key players, the girls that you graduated, and, you know, you look at the two players. You only had two seniors graduate, but my God, they're probably you know, in your division, two of the best. And unfortunately, they were battery mates. So you lose your daughter Brooke as a pitcher and Anna Wagner, a catcher. You know, how in the world do you replace those two valuable assets from your team for the last 5 years, 6 years?
They've been the starting battery for 6 years, and they've been the starting battery for the last 6 years, and really had started since their sixth grade year when you could do that. You don't replace them. You know, when they were healthy, in my opinion, I thought they were one of the top two batteries in the 9th region, to be quite honest with you. They've given us, they always gave us a chance to win offensively and defensively, but we've been knowing that this day is coming, and so we got Jocelyn Thornberry, Casey's sister, that got 42 innings last year, and she pitched a couple years, some starts her 8th grade year, and so she's going to primarily be our #1 pitcher coming back this year. Catching is going to be up in the air. We're young. We like everyone else. Every year we seem to cycle. We got the two seniors, but then we got 4 juniors, 3 sophomores, 2 freshmen, 3 8th graders, and a 7th grader. And so somewhere in there we've been working out 4 catchers, including Casey. Our preference is to keep her at shortstop. She's solidified the middle of the infield the last 3 years for us.
Yeah.
So you know, it was great to have Anna and Brooke. They certainly had a great run together. I mean, together they give us 4 out of the last 5 players of the year.
You know, as an 8th grader and a freshman, Brooke was the player of the year. As a sophomore
year was Grace Workman, and then junior year it was OP and Anna Wagner. And then last year was Brooke again. So, yeah, I mean, we knew, but like I said, we knew this day was coming, and it's time to. They did a great job setting the foundation. We've had a winning record the last 6 years that they were up there. We've been first or second in our conference. We won conference last year. We went 16-11, tied for most wins in the program going back. We also had 16 wins in 2015. So the program's in the right direction. We're doing. Anna and Brooke had a lot to do with that, but it's time to turn the keys over to Casey and Karina and let them lead us.
Awesome.
So what do you guys think? You know, now it looks like coaches put you guys in a leadership role, so to speak. Are you ready to assume such responsibilities?
Oh, it's gonna be hard. Like, we definitely looked up to Anna and Brooke a lot, and it's like kind of hard to like follow in their footsteps. But we definitely think that we could like at least lead the young team into like we have a lot of potential, and we just think we have like a lot to do with it.
I think that sorry, it's just about like getting the new players accustomed to what we do, and then it'll like build from there.
Yeah, it's hard to go to practice and look at the door, and those two aren't walking in. I bet for you guys, you know, where are they, right? You know, because you've probably played with them for so long and counted on them for so long, and been with Coach now. So it makes it tough for you guys that have followed in the footsteps, but now it is time to turn it on, and hopefully they left a legacy with you guys of how to lead and what the expectations are and how to get those young kids motivated, and that becomes your job now, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, the other thing too is you can see the example that they set, but at the same time you could add your own twists and turns to, you can put in what you would like to do instead of keep on following them, as long as it's always in a positive direction.
Yeah, we definitely saw ways that we could improve on Brooks and Anna's like role models. So like we're definitely trying to improve any way we can.
And I'm very comfortable with both of these guys leading our team, especially the younger players. They jump in, show them what to do. It's nice to have captains. You can just roll the ball out there, and practice starts. I don't have to.
Absolutely.
The equipment's out there.
Yeah.
They start their stretching, their throwing, their plyos.
Yeah.
Karina's a very quiet leader.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, she is a very quiet leader. She's worked very hard, become a great first baseman.
Yeah.
She's around, 5'10"?
I was going to say, yeah, nice.
So, the height, she's worked with Sydney Maxwell, one of our assistant coaches, and become a very good first baseman. She's been cleanup hitter for us 3 years now. And so, we count on her to knock in a lot of the runs, and she just goes about her business, and sometimes you forget she's there, but she's a great eraser over at first base when it comes to balls in the dirt or the high throws she can go get with her height. Casey's worked a lot with Jeff Montgomery, my other assistant, and he really has done a great job. She's worked hard on solidifying the middle of the infield. When Jocelyn was pitching last year, we tried to give Jocelyn the ball last year in all the non-conference and non-district games. And she actually threw 2 perfect games, one against St. Pat, one against Latin. And so she's got the experience. And we have 7 returning starters.
Nice.
We just don't have the pitcher and catcher.
Right.
We're going to move Jocelyn into that pitching role, and I think she'll be fine. Like I said, my preference is really to keep Casey at shortstop because, it's like Craig was saying, catcher's so important.
Yeah.
It is, and but at the same time, you build your team up the middle.
The middle.
And and so we're going to see how the other 3 that are working out with Casey at catcher turn out and see what we can do.
Sure.
Yeah, I think like you said, you lose. There's 2 key aspects of your team. It's going to probably be some early season bumps, but when you've got 7 kids returning that have the experience, they can make up for some deficiencies elsewhere, and pick those other girls up along the way.
Yeah, we're going to have some people to move around. I mean, Jocelyn's moving from third base to pitcher in the circle, so we're going to we're looking at a couple, Tori Brand and Abby Muncie, to fill her role at third base. We're trying to get our other senior, Kelsey Thomas, back and healthy. She's just been riddled with from concussions with soccer, and she's just been riddled with injuries, and that's just trying to get back. And if we could get her back to form when she was a freshman, the way she hit, she would really help the middle to the bottom of the lineup. Our sophomore class is very strong. We have Gabby Bicknell coming back, my daughter Camden, and also Jocelyn as a sophomore. So, we've got a nice mix of good senior leadership, 4 juniors with Casey leading them, a group of sophomores. So we've got a lot of varsity innings there.
Right.
And I'm just looking for Casey and Karina to kind of be the leaders on and off the field.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right. Well, good luck this season. And I'm just thinking we're going to be seeing you sometime. We're early in the season, I
Yeah,
think.
that's Saturday.
Yeah.
So, yep. Well, thanks for having us.
All right. Thank you, ladies.
Chris. Thanks, Rob.
All right. We'll bring in head coach Joe Stevenson from Notre Dame.
How you doing? Good. Serena and Olivia.
So we got seniors Olivia Meyer and Serena Paterno joining us. I know we were talking before, always me and Rob talking before we start all this stuff, about different players. I was telling him that when I filled out my top 10 teams in Northern Kentucky for Jim McAllister, I had done it based on the prospect of pitcher coming back that didn't play last year. And I was Sydney Herbst. I was under the assumption that she was. Is that correct that she's not?
Yeah, I mean, our pitcher this year is going to be Cam Steinbrenner.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on there, but we're going to go with what we got.
Right,
And
right.
Cam had a good year for us last year. We got things straightened out.
Well, I think her and who else came in?
Jordan Brown.
Jordan Brown, yeah. I think both of them did a fine job. Obviously, you have a few hiccups here and there, but for the most part, they did one heck of a job for you. But the other thing, with these two and Kay Suganuma, you've got probably 3 of the strongest, I would say 3 of the strongest seniors in Northern Kentucky.
Yeah, Jordan's a senior also.
Oh, yeah.
So we got 5 seniors this year. Last year, I thought we were really young because we had some freshmen and sophomores in there that just didn't have any varsity playing time.
Right.
So, but that's not the case this year. They've all got a year under their belt at the varsity level. One of our left fielders didn't even play softball until her freshman year. And she started for us in the outfield last year. So, she's got a year of varsity under her belt now. She's been playing a little travel ball. So, with Addie Schwarber. So, we've got the experience this year. So, we're looking forward to a good season this year.
So how many players you got total in the program? Any idea yet?
Yeah, well, I mean, from what showed up, and of course, with 7th and 8th graders, if they come out, I'll take them at any time. So, but as of right now, with basketball still going on, we're sitting on around 20 right now.
Yeah.
So I had a girl moved, their family moved, and one's going to be going, I think, to Dixie this year. And then some of the 7th and 8th graders we had last year decided they were going to concentrate on basketball. One's concentrating on volleyball. I think one's running track, so.
Now, is lacrosse coming into play for you guys as far as taking
They have huge numbers. I can't tell you what, I've not heard of anybody that played softball growing up that's playing lacrosse, but I think they had 60-something kids try out.
Holy cow. Wow.
So.
Now, do you think that's because it was a new sport, or do they have kids are there just a lot of kids that are playing that sport now? I mean, I can't believe that there's a lot of experience. Is it just because it was a new sport that was offered, do you think? Or
I think you have a lot of soccer players that
okay.
kind of come to Notre Dame.
Yes.
And soccer has big numbers too, and it's a very similar sport.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think you can transition.
Yep, I didn't think about that.
So,
yeah, that's a good point.
If you look at your main sports, I would say at Notre Dame, obviously, soccer and volleyball and swimming probably.
Yeah.
And tennis, I mean, they won region like 19 straight years.
Yeah, yeah.
But we feel like softball's kind of gotten there.
Absolutely.
With the success we've had over the previous 8 years.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No, just when I, was mentioning these two in K, Serena last year, 41 hits, 43 RBIs, 11 doubles, 7 triples, 500 average. Olivia, 52 hits, 33 of 34 stolen bases.
Yeah, that was a school record.
Wow.
456.
Really?
Average, and probably one of the best center fielders there is out there. The year before, you were a Gold Glove winner. And then, you only had Kay for, maybe 16 games last year?
Yeah, she battled injury. Yeah. We had a lot of injuries. We lost Serena for 3 or 4 weeks last year, too. Kay was iffy at best most of the season. We just kind of got healthy right at the end of the year, kind of at the right time.
Yeah, I think it was only 16 games, but she was, she had 24 hits and 40 at bats and 8 triples, about 600. I mean,
right.
She's, ever since she came on the scene as a eighth grader,
yeah.
She was, something to see.
We've got at least 3 girls that have been 4-year starters at the varsity level with these two in K.
Yeah.
So,
Is Kay healthy? She.
Yeah, I mean, she played all summer.
Good.
Currently, she's just coming back from Japan. First time she's had a chance to see her family. I think she gets back today. So
nice.
It's always, I know when she's up there, up at our complex during the summer watching some of the tournaments, I've never seen a kid carry around a notebook and take notes watching the game. I mean, if anybody ever gets a chance to see her, I mean, most polite kid.
Yeah.
And just an absolute, she's a student of the game. I mean, you don't see that at all. Fundamentally sound in every aspect.
Yeah.
But and watching these two over the years, I've watched her play for quite some time. But I think she, like I said, one of the best catchers in Northern Kentucky. She's got a cannon for an arm. Yeah. And I think the last 2 years, I think she's only had 2 errors and thrown out over 50% of the runners trying to steal on her.
Right.
So
not bad.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
So where do you attribute all that from? The good coaches?
Yeah, definitely.
Good high school coaches.
I threw a softball at you.
Definitely, my coaches push me to play my hardest, and also my teammates are always pushing. We're always pushing each other to play our best, and I feel like that really takes into account how much we push each other. And so, yeah, I would say my coaches push me, and then also I just want to be better for my teammates.
Any aspirations of playing at the next level, or has?
I'm thinking about it. I haven't quite decided yet, but yeah.
You've got a couple offers though, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
A lot of it's going to depend on her major.
Right. Which is awesome that you put that first, and that's a big thing for kids nowadays. Is to you got to balance, right? Because when you go to college, that softball or any sport at college is a job, right? It's fun, but it's a job, and you got to really love it. And then you got to weigh that college degree versus your priorities versus all that stuff. So I like that you're thinking about could you do it? Yeah, but is it worth it, or what you want to do? Put that first. So that's a good deal. Good deal. What about you?
I'm thinking about playing at Thomas More, but I'm not positive about it yet.
Yeah.
Because my major also.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, we are fortunate to have Thomas More right there in our backyard because they do take a lot of our kids, and they go after a lot of our good athletes. You got 2 good ones here, and I know they're just loaded with Northern Kentucky kids.
Yeah, her sister plays at Thomas
Yeah,
More.
yeah. And it's nice to have that, kind of in our backyard, and where we can still go watch you guys play. I've had a couple girls go there too, and it's nice and stay competitive and get to keep track of you guys. That's what's fun for us coaches.
And your field at Notre Dame is probably one of the big. I don't think there's many fields that have a 220-foot fence to center, and your speed and being able to track down
Huge
balls
asset, yes.
is a huge. It is. It's
Yes.
a huge asset because a lot of balls that are hit, that might go over her head or hit over her head,
Right.
are probably home runs anywhere else. But with her speed and that extra 20 feet, it enables her to track them down. So it's she's, like I said, she's one of the best center fielders there is, or outfielders wherever she plays in Northern Kentucky. With her her ability to, she does a good job of reading the ball off the bat, and she's able to run stuff down that most outfielders can't. So who else? What other players are you looking to see some production?
Well, we mentioned Addie Schwarber earlier. She was a sophomore last year, and she just didn't ever play until her freshman year, but has got a great work ethic. We've got Addie Mack, who was a freshman last year, but she's got playing time under her belt.
Mhm.
And she plays a lot of travel ball, and she works really hard at it, and she wants to be good, and she's given us that time. So we've got a couple, sophomores, and with Cam's now a sophomore as a pitcher and as a freshman for us, she did a phenomenal job. Claire Smith's returning starter. I've got a good feel for it, but Rob will be one of the first ones to tell you that I'll change a lineup in a heartbeat because, Kennedy Ball is one of the best catchers around, but I just didn't like the way we were playing, and she ended up playing third, and Serena stepped in as a freshman and caught.
Yep.
And
shocked the world when you did that, I think, at that time, yeah.
But it worked for us.
It worked,
did.
yes,
It
it did.
definitely
Yes,
did.
it did. I didn't see the boot. What's...
Yeah, I injured it during some preseason workouts, but hopefully we should be out of the boot this week and ready to
good
go.
for you. Good for you. I hate it. Hate the injuries.
Yes.
So were you guys relegated? I mean, have you been able to get out on the soccer field for practices?
A little bit. Not
I know we've always-
right now with
we've
lacrosse
always-
having 60 people, they got a freshman team. They got people throwing discus out there. It's just kind of like dodging balls and disc, and they're like, well, you know what? I'm just going to go in the gym. At least we can work.
Right.
Well, that's if you can get past the archery tape.
Right.
Yeah.
So, that helps our hand-eye coordination.
Do you want to dodge arrows, or do you want to go out on the field and dodge discus and shot puts?
So what's the you always you're like Boone County, like Rob when he's at Highlands, Craig. You always have one of the top competitive schedules. I'm sure that's no different this year as well.
Well, I mean, you have to sit down and look at what you've got returning. You've got to look at your pitching staff and see, you got to try to regulate it somewhat. Maddie Prospero was another one that we lost that could be a senior this year pitcher, but due to injuries, she wasn't able to play. So we're trying to kind of regulate it where we can get to the last 3-4 weeks of the season and be peaking, right? So, but for me, I always want to try to play as good a schedule as we can play, as long as we can make it work.
Right.
Because in the end, you're only going to get better by playing better teams and seeing better competition, better pitching.
Right. Absolutely. But to your point, you got to be able, if you got one pitcher that you're relying on, it's tough to go to those big tournaments and try to play those teams with one pitcher and push it. So to your point, there's some years when you can play a bunch of tournaments because you got enough staff
Right.
and catchers and pitchers and to get through it. And then there's other years you got to schedule those big games as one-offs because
Right.
you only got a pitcher and a catcher or whatever that can get you through a game because you just don't want to kill your pitchers and catchers. To your point, we all try to peak at the end, right? I mean, it's great to come out of the gate and be fired up and have the momentum, but and I know like you and we started doing that a little bit, is not playing a bunch of games real early because it's so cold and everybody gets out there and gets excited about playing, and that's great, but that's not really when you want to peak. You want to be
Right.
ready to go and motivated at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our schedule right now, I don't have a lot until late in March.
Right.
And, well, number one, let's face it, nobody's got great fields where everybody's got the perfect tarps, and
Right.
you usually get rained out or it's below freezing. How many games get rescheduled? And
Right.
then you're trying to push everything in at the end.
when actually sometimes I would rather have a practice
Right.
there in the last 2 or 3 weeks than throwing another game in there. I don't get to work on things that I want to work on.
Exactly.
So
Well, yeah, I mean, especially since, you're relegated to where you can practice, how often you can get in. So it does make, sense to, to go that route.
And I take the same philosophy as you with that practice. I enjoy having those practices at the end because that's when you're trying to put the pieces together. Right?
Right.
You're trying to pull it all together. You pull all the things you did throughout the year, and you're trying to mold it for championship play.
Right.
I'm with you. I don't like scheduling boom, boom,
Five
boom, boom,
games
5 games in a
towards the
week
end,
at
right.
the end because I'd rather have that practice time.
Yep.
All right.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks
No,
for all you
thank
do.
Yeah,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
Get out of that boot.
Yeah, no kidding. Good luck, girls.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Thanks to Prep Spin as well, right?
Yeah, thanks
exactly.
for Ben.
All right. Now we bring in the head coach.
How you doing, buddy?
Covington Holmes, Danny
Hey, girls.
Curtis. And who'd you bring with you
I brought
today?
a couple of our juniors, Lene Webb, Kaylee Rice.
School
We have no
girls.
seniors, and we have 5 juniors, no sophomores, and about 21 7th, 8th, and 9th graders.
Wow.
So we're working from the bottom up, but this is a great group these 2 young ladies are.
Well, that's
Awesome.
I looked at last season's roster and saw that you graduated 6 seniors and 6 really good players that that you helped lay a foundation with for this whole program. And me and Rob have talked about it, as well as some of the other coaches in private. That the job you are doing down there, it's commendable. I mean,
Absolutely.
you've done one heck of a job building this program back up. Not that there wasn't other coaches that were doing the same thing, but I think you've taken it to a whole different level. And you look at like you said, you look at that roster of all these young kids coming in, and that's phenomenal. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd love to have that many
I know.
players on my team.
I know.
Yeah, we appreciate it. A lot of us contributed to these 2 young ladies, and in practice, we've got 5 girls this year that's never played before. They don't even have gloves, but through that foundation through Cincinnati, we were able to get that, and the administration has been awesome of helping us get what we need this year. And with that many young ladies, we're practicing down at Glendale Swings right now, which is an elementary gym, and you get 25 people in there. But you look around, and these 2 juniors, they're showing girls how to throw the right way. They're showing how to catch. So, and of course, Coach Rice sitting over there, I got to commend him. He not only a good person, tremendous coach, and the girls respect him a lot. And we brought on Coach Likens. She's in the building. She works there in the main office, and it's great to have somebody on board. She can communicate through the school. And we got a pitching coach this year. I went to the administration and said, we want to build this program up. And we were able to get a pitching coach on staff. 2 years ago, when I went down there coming from Cooper, we had 3 bats in the whole program. So, we said, we've got to do something. I mean, these bats weren't even new. They were older bats. Right. And so, I mean, the administration's been great. We're getting what we needed. We've got the juniors. We've got 5 juniors. We're replacing a pitcher, a catcher, a first baseman, a second baseman. Our second baseman is down at the University of Louisville on just a scholarship, not for playing, but a very intelligent young lady, and third baseman. And these 2 are as quick as anybody in the outfield, and she'll catch it and do 3 flips, but she catches it. and I always teased them, they're the only 2 I can outrun. Well, I mean, I can't even get close to outrun.
But none of us can now.
And by the way, congratulations to both of you 2 guys. And
thank
you for what you're doing here today. It means a lot to Northern Kentucky sports.
No, it's all thanks to William Warfield and
Thank
Prep
you,
Spins
sir.
for giving us this platform to do this.
Yeah.
But no, I know, me and you talk all the time. You live out on my FedEx route. I see you
Another
out
one.
there.
Another one. Yeah, packages are messed up. No.
I got all kinds of coaches and players from around here. But, I remember you telling me that, what was it, like 2 years ago, you guys, your outfield caught 1 ball all year.
That was the year before I came. So,
Okay.
just to clarify, yeah, right. No, but that's what Jimmy Hune had said. Yeah, they caught 1 ball in the outfield that year. Yeah.
And you over the the last 2 years, you've seen this improvement, and I think it says a lot for the direction you're leading this team in. So no, congratulations on that. Now, ladies, how's What's it like playing for this guy?
It's wonderful. It is.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a very good coach. Pushes us hard. Wonderful.
You're just saying that so you don't get benched.
Well, these are two great outfielders, and they're kind of wanting to come into the infield, a couple of them. But I told them, we'll see. It's a coach's decision, on that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they are really, really fast, and they're good outfielders, and they're good young ladies. I'm a Holmes guy. I just announced the senior team, and once a Bulldog, always a Bulldog, and I'm proud to have these young ladies in our program, and more like them, to kind of, this is what Holmes is all about. We're student athletes. And we're students first, then we're athletes, and they exemplify that. And I'm proud. And just, I know you got our schedule pulled up. I looked at the schedule a few years ago. They played like 15 ball games. I got 34 games, and we all know we're going to get rained out.
Right.
But we're going to do an overnight trip. I told them beginning of the year, if you guys do the things you're supposed to do, you earn it. And we're going to take them to, well, it's going to be Louisville. I think it's switching to Richmond, where we're going to do an overnight trip, get a motel with a pool. They love buffets. They love to eat.
Me too.
Go and do things like that, and and we're going to Maysville for Maysville St. Patrick. We're going down to Augusta. We've got to kind of schedule stuff to get our program started up, and kind of do things on the.
And that's a great idea. I mean, my first year at Highlands, we did the same thing. We scheduled a couple overnight trips because that bonding, it just helps. Whether you win, lose, or not, it's just the trip and the overnight stay, and you create memories and you create bonds, and that starts to bring that unity. And then you bring other kids in, and they say, oh man, they start talking about how great of a time and experience it was, and it just starts to attract those types of kids that you want in that program, those athletes. You want to bring those athletes in. And I was going to mention that too. You were at Cooper, but I know you've always been a Bulldog at heart. What a great choice for the school to bring back with the knowledge you have and the heart you have for these kids.
And I appreciate that. We had a rough year at Holmes this year with it was a coaches meeting when our athletic director Stan Steidel passed away, and a week after that, a former head baseball coach Dave Mum passed away, and he helped start the foundation for some scholarships for some kids and the Hall of Fame, and it was a tough week there, but Mr. Ellis has come in and finally followed those footsteps and done a tremendous job, and so I told the girls it's more, to me it means a lot to have the Bulldog on our chest, and these young ladies exemplify that and that. But.
Well, no, you look around the 9th region and in other regions, but particularly our 9th region, you being a Holmes alum, me being a Newcath alum. I see Sarah just walked in from Dixie, Dixie alum.
I was a Highlands alum.
He was a Highlands alum. So I mean, John Atkins from Newport. So you got all these head coaches that are alums. Jordan Gentry from Lloyd is just here. It's. We're definitely not doing it for the pay. We're not doing it for the glory. I think we're doing it. One, we have, a love for our school, appreciate what our schools have done for us, and we're proud of that institution. Right. So, it's just another way for us to give back. So, no, it's nice to see. Yeah. So, girls, I forgot what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought.
So what are your all's hopes this year for? I mean, what do you guys want to look back at the season and say, be proud of? What did you do? What do you guys want to do that leaves your mark?
We're definitely helping the new girls out because there is a lot of new girls, and we want them to remember, like, oh yeah, I remember her helping me out when I didn't know what I was doing at all.
Awesome.
Right. Also, looking back on our my first year of softball, it wasn't the greatest, and with Danny coming in helping us, it was wonderful. It's a big step.
Right.
You're working your way up in the lineup. Go
ahead. We won multiple games in our first year. It's thank you for coming and helping us and showing the girls that they have a wonderful support system, and then they with us being there as a big dog, what you would say, and them having them a role model to look at, and us pushing through there with them.
It's great answers, because I think with all those young kids, I mean, you guys, I know you guys know the advantage of having role models and that, but as having younger kids and have coached younger kids, you guys one, I can tell, are outstanding role models. So you got some
Thank you.
nice young
Yeah,
ladies here.
thank
But what I'm saying is you don't even realize how much you're touching those 7th and 8th graders. They're looking up to you. You're who they want to be, you know. So I love the answers that you both gave around, you know, the guidance of the younger gals and getting them. And you know, a lot of kids could come in and say, you know, we want to win X games or we want to beat so and so. You guys put your efforts back into your program, which is awesome. That's really cool.
Thank you.
Man, no, I remember what I was going to say. I was going to ask, you know, do you know, as so-called role models, are you able to lead by example and not, you know, try to force the issue or, you know, act like, you know, I'm the big dog. So not the big, you're the big dogs, but not, you know,
Not the
I'm in
boss of the
charge.
big
You
dog,
have to do
yeah.
exactly what I say in a negative kind of way. But, you know, you're relaying that message to these girls in a positive form.
Yes, for sure.
So when you were talking before about Coach Mum, he left $300,000 to the school, and $100,000 was for possible
dedicated for a new softball
for
field on
softball
campus,
field.
which tremendous individual. And well, they're looking now. They have some people at the engineers are looking at possibly down in the hole behind the football
Mhm.
field there. You know, you only need the 200-foot fence. The drainage, I think, is the issue. But that was his dream, to have everything on campus. Or, of course, we got Mike and right up the beautiful facility. So it's because we practice at Gleno, we play at Gleno, but like then we also practice at home. So Coach Rice is busy with, he got a pickup truck, I think, just to move equipment. He's moving equipment around and around, and it'd be so much nicer to be on campus. And I know when you was at Highlands, you know, you played off campus, and it's and you guys play off campus. Of course, you got a nice facility there, but it would be great to do that. And we're so grateful.
Well, and I think, you know, I actually think that, you know, if there's some way to pull it off down there in that hole, I think it would be a neat setting.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you've got, it'd be neat just to sit there on top of, you know, on that
Right.
hillside just to be able to watch. But I think, you know, but like you said, the drainage would be the big key.
Right. Yeah,
But,
there were some engineers, I understand, looking at that now. So we'll eventually and hopefully be nice for next season to be on there for their senior year and that. So
yeah.
No, well, good luck this year.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you, young ladies.
Yes.
Good luck.
thank you all very much for what you do.
Hey, no problem.
Great, thank you.
Nice meeting you, ladies.
Nice meeting you.
Is Coach Rice Benny's? How are you related to Benny?
Younger brother.
Oh, I played ball with Benny.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you played against this
Yeah,
guy
I
too.
played football pro too.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I played with John Lefevre and all of them.
Oh yeah, Fever.
Yeah.
Holy Cross grad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
All right, now we bring in another first-year head coach.
lot of those is-
Covington Latin, Coach Carla Litke.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Finally,
Nice to
you know,
meet you.
unfortunately, I don't think you got named head coach well after our first couple association meetings, so we never had a chance to formally
Right.
meet. But congratulations on the
Thank you.
job. What before we get started talking about everything, what's your experience and what's your affiliation with Covington Latin?
So I actually have no affiliation with Covington Latin. One of my other head coaches that I coached with at St. Bernard over in Ohio, he's like, "This job is open. It's super close to your house. You should probably try to go for it." So I was like, "Okay." And then I pretty much talked to the Director Sweeney the next day, and he's like, "Come in for an interview." And
So
we'll
you
see how
have
it
you have
goes.
experience. Were you a former player over?
Not in Ohio. I actually went to Dayton High School under Carla Price.
So what's it like? You know, me and Robert both familiar with Carrie, who was there for 16, 17 years. You know, for most people that don't know, you know, Covington Latin is the alma mater of former Atlanta Brave and New York Yankee great David Justice. But you guys, your girls come into the girls and the guys since they added both boys and girls to the school. It used to be all boys, but they come in, they skip 7th and 8th grade. They go from a 6th grader to a freshman. So, you're playing varsity ball behind the 8 ball, so to speak, with a lot of kids that are much younger than, most of the high schools in the area. So is that were you aware of that before you?
Yes, I was. And
So-
it is hard, but I think with scheduling is probably the biggest factor of, going after everything. That, and then teaching the girls the fundamentals. It doesn't matter, what happened before. If we can get them going with the fundamentals, everything else just rolls behind it.
Yeah, I know we as coaches, we always complain about, losing kids to graduation, and, we've got all these younger kids that we're teaching the fundamentals to, but, you're on, when you have those young kids first coming into your program, some of them probably haven't played softball before,
Yep, and
because
that's
they're
exactly-
going, they're 6th graders and they're automatically freshmen now. So
Mhm.
it's a tough, it's a tough job to do.
It is.
So that's why we always gave Kerry all the credit in the world for the job that he did dealing with that, and I'm sure it's going to be the same with you. I
Oh,
mean,
thank
it's
you.
it is it's a tough gig. So what are these young ladies? Where are they going to be playing this year?
Well, this is Hannah Steffen. She's our senior pitcher. Hopefully going to be training some more pitchers because right now she's our only one. And when she's gone, she's going to be gone.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to get her back. And then this is Anika Lickert. She's our sophomore catcher. 2 peas in a pod.
Awesome. So where you guys wanting to go to school? What do you guys want to do when you graduate?
I was accepted into Northern Kentucky University, and I'm going to plan on being a biology major with a minor in Spanish.
Good for you. Awesome. What are you thinking you want to do? You still have what you a junior or sophomore?
Sophomore.
So you still have a couple years. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking?
I'm probably going to go to UC and go into the DAP program.
Yeah, nice.
For fashion design.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Good for you.
Yeah, one of my daughter's friends just got accepted into that for art. Yeah.
So how do you like the new coach? I know you got to say good things,
Right?
But
You guys have 20 laps. No, I'm just
yeah. But everyone adapting well. We're new coaches into our kids too, into the schools that we're in now too. But so that's kind of what we're looking at is how you guys adapting to the new coach.
It's good.
Yeah.
She's great, and it's nice to have a fresh perspective on things at school. Yeah.
Yep. Good.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah. Fun. New.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Get that.
Also, I
exposure.
think it's easier for all the newer players too, because they were for Hannah and me, we'd had Coach Carey for a while,
Sure.
but the new players are it's not as hard to
Fresh
transition.
start, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's learning together.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many kids you got out for?
Right now we have 13, but
13.
there's these 2 are in cheerleading. We have four, at least 4 and doing basketball still.
Oh,
Tonight's
good.
their
So then you got
district
more
game.
coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Good deal.
No, it's with being the new head coach at Newcat, I mean, I've been an assistant for 11 years, and now taking over, I hired a female. We graduated together, but I think it's a plus for any staff to have, if a female on the job as well, to, there's different ways that the girls can relate to a female than they can a male.
Right.
Even though they can still, take direction from us. It's always, I think it's, I know my girls, their first thought was it was the greatest hire in the world to have a female. So I think you guys can see a new perspective on things. I know you've been under Kerry for a while, and I'm sure you won't have anything bad to say about him.
No.
So I know, looking at, I think for the last 3 or 4 years, you've been on the first team in Division III in looking at your numbers, like you hit 571, and then Annika, as a freshman, 25 RBIs, 14 to 16 stolen bases. So I mean, you got a couple nice nice leaders here to. So what's the the breakdown of your team? I mean, as far as grade wise, I mean, a lot of how many freshmen, sophomore, because we know those freshmen are, last year they were sixth graders.
Yep. So right now we have 2 seniors, we have 3 or 4 juniors, and then the same down the line, 3 or 4 of each.
It's having, like I said, like we were talking before, having those younger ones, it's just going to be, it's going to be a transition, and something to, like I told our girls, I'm replacing 8 starters. So, and all these girls had JV experience last year. They're going to be thrust into the varsity action. But, it's just a learning process. I'm not expecting, to be, a Division I player the next day. But as long as I see improvement from game to game, that's all I can ask for. Because if I expect any more than that, I'm shooting myself in the foot because I'm overthinking that. Right. So no, I think if that's any piece of advice I could give is just as long as you see that improvement from day to day, I think you're doing your job.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why we coach, right? I mean, that championships, wins, all that stuff's fun, but for me, to your point before, it's not for the pay. It is really to see the kids develop and become get life lessons and life experiences, and to be a part of their life and that kind of thing. So that's you can't ask for more than that. I do want to ask you, you're a senior, right?
Yes.
Are you even driving yet?
No.
I was sitting here thinking she's a senior, and she probably can't even drive to school yet. So
and that's pretty funny. You probably you probably have some kids down there that have graduated and they can't even drive to the graduation.
Even drive yet.
Well, no. Congratulations on getting the job, and good luck this season. Good luck.
Yeah, you got some good ones here.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Good
Nice
job.
to meet you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck, honey. And on the driver's test too. Cooper, all right.
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
Excellent. How you doing?
buddy?
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Congratulations,
Thank
both
you.
of you. New
Thank
gigs.
you.
All right, I'd like to
Appreciate it.
welcome in the head coach in his second year at Cooper, Rusty Scott. So, earlier I don't know if you were here when Jeff Moore and Simon Kent was here. He's got, a lot of girls with varsity experience that, are still sophomores and juniors. But you look at your roster, you lost three seniors from last year. I think one of the key players to that was Elena Matson. But what you have returning, you got your daughter, Amber Cheney, Gwen Wesling, Schmeltz.
Yeah.
So some of these girls got 2-3 years of starting varsity experience under their belt, which is a nice luxury to have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look back 2 years ago, I think my whole starting lineup was either in elementary school or middle school. So, so it's good that, I mean, they got the experience at a young age. And losing Alana is huge. She'll be she's our graduated all-time RBI leader at Cooper. She's tough, and our other seniors. We lost Roman and Leah, great leaders, great kids. We have no seniors on the roster this year. We have 2 juniors with no varsity experience yet, so it's kind of like our sophomores and freshmen and 8th graders are kind of carrying us a little bit this year.
Yeah. So we looked at, and some of us have gone through this before, but we look at your roster and you're younger, and at one point, I'd say, so in the past, the last couple of years, everybody's going, Cooper's got that young group coming up, How are you transitioning from, nice to have seasons and games where you say, we're still young, to now we're expected to compete, right? We're one of the big dogs now, right? We're expected to compete. So that message, you kind of go from the hunter to the hunted, right? And how you transition in the group for that?
Yeah, those girls, a lot of those girls have been around since 8th grade, 7th grade, and so they've had experience. Some of them got their name out there, so they could be targeted. We have some pretty talented athletes. Absolutely. And so there's no excuses now. It's kind of where we could have used the youth as an excuse.
Right.
Me as a coach, I look at it as like, hey, I got handed the keys to a pretty nice car. I got to get this thing going.
Right. Right. Yeah. And you do. You have some really nice athletes. Your daughter included. I'm looking at your roster, and 4 or 5 just pop right out as very nice athletes. Travel ball players that, that's the other thing too that I see starting to filter into your lineup is a lot of travel ball players that we know. So you're right. You did get the keys. You earned the keys, but you got the keys, and I'm sure you're expecting great things out of those girls this year.
Yeah, we definitely have high expectations for them. So
yeah.
I think he's got a set of daughters. You got Amber Cheney and her sister. And then Dylan has been a varsity starter since 7th grade, and all 7th, 8th, and last year she was first team Division I. And then your daughter, who's 7th grade this year or 8th grade this year?
8th grade now.
Yeah. Did she start most of last year or some?
I kind of held her off for a while before I put her in the lineup.
But it was pretty neat to see. You had her at second base and Dylan at short.
Shortstop,
So, and they both played. They played the position well. So having that young talent. Last year I think you guys were 18, 500.
Yeah, 500.
Now are you expecting another year under your belt with this group?
Yeah, I
definitely want to improve on that number, obviously, but
yeah, I set a couple goals for our team last year, and we achieved them. We had a really, really challenging schedule relative to what Cooper's had in the past, and we met with the most wins Cooper's ever had. This year, beefing up the schedule even more. We have some top tier talent we'll be playing, and it just hopefully it'll make us better when the important part of the season comes.
Yeah, and I look at your schedule too, and that's what I was kind of going at with your, to your point, you could blame it on youth or whatever at the point, because you played a lot of good teams. You had some really good wins, and then you had some losses that you probably won back, right? But that's what you get with the youth, right? One day and girls, right? One day you get all stars, the next day you don't know what you're going to get too much. Yeah. So that's where I was going with what you're expecting now, and so and I would you guys do play a great schedule, and I've always told I've always scheduled tough too, and you look at 18, you say that's 500, and sometimes people think, well, that's average, right? I tell my team every year, if we're 500 going in, I'm okay with that, as long as we're the best prepared 500 team going into championship time, right?
Yeah.
And that's why you play those teams and those schedules, and you get in those tough games, and so they learn how to win.
If you're 500, that means you scheduled right.
Right.
If you go 36-0 and lose early, you scheduled wrong.
Exactly. You're exactly right. Yeah.
Well, how much does the people don't know Rusty's the head of the Northern Kentucky Bandits organization? How many of your younger kids are either members of the Bandits organization of some sort or do play other travel ball?
Our organization's kind of streamlining a little bit. We do have a lot of Northern Kentucky girls, but we're reaching out. We got a lot of East Side Cincinnati girls, a lot of Indiana girls. So they're out in that area now. I am starting to see some of the 7th graders in our organization come up. But we don't have too many with us at Cooper, just a handful.
And it's a good handful too.
Yeah, it's a good handful. It's a good group.
So what's the as we're talking about the schedule, who are some of the top teams you're going to be playing, or any of the?
So I brought notes. I wasn't for sure. So we kind of we're kicking off with Carroll County, and I know they have a tremendous pitcher, so that's very intentional.
Is that Searcy?
Yeah. So she's a senior, and then we're playing the Pete Knoll, and that's we'll have Simon, which we get the luxury of playing Simon 3 times this year. We got Boyle County, which I believe Boyle County will end up somewhere in the top 4 or 5 in the state when it's all said and done. And Harrison's in there. Harrison County's in there. Then we go to Tate's Creek, and we play Bedford North Lawrence. It's the Beast out of Indy. And then Madison Southern down there.
Picked to win their region, I think.
Yeah, they're solid too. Yeah. And we're playing in the Bulldog Bash. He has a pretty strong field where we get Simon again. We'll play Highlands in Western Hills, Kentucky. And we played them last year, and they beat up on us a little bit. So, and then of course our district tends to be solid.
Yeah, we'll be hearing from Andy here right after you. I know he's got to wait another coach. So, what? Who are some of the? Who's going to be taking over who's going to be helping with pitching besides Amber? I would assume Amber's going to be getting bulk of the starting.
Yeah, Amber will be getting the bulk of it. We also have Hannah Hollis. Hannah Hollis had plenty of varsity experience last year. Did get a lot of innings. We played a big schedule last year. Playing 36 games. It gets to be a lot of pitches. On one girl if she's taking the majority. So Hannah will take the take some of the load off of Amber as well. And she's a good mix in there. She's a spot hitter. Does a good job getting ground balls for us.
Yeah, you definitely see a difference between the two when you switch them out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about newcomers? Any newcomers do you think are going to contribute to?
So we're young as it is. So we basically are bringing a lot of these younger girls up. Of course the girls we mentioned. Claire Pogue, she'll be somewhere in the outfield, left field, center field for us. Tremendous defensive player, solid bat as well. We're also bringing along Lexi Hamlin, possibly a corner. She hasn't played. She didn't have any varsity experience last year. She plays for Scott Simpson's travel team out of Grant County, so she gets some reps there. I expect those two to come in and contribute.
Who's going to take over that third base spot?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a real good question.
You're working it right now.
Yeah. Maybe platoon us early in the year and see who rises.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for coming in.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Great job
Thanks.
again.
Thanks.
Good luck, you too.
All right.
We'll be seeing you guys soon enough, huh?
Yeah, soon enough.
And now we bring in the reigning 9th Region head coach
Grab there, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
from Dixie Heights, Sarah Osborne.
Hi, how are you guys?
All right. So, you lose quite a lot.
We did. We lost a solid group.
Yeah.
We lost a solid group.
Fun group to watch. I mean,
They were a special group.
Yes,
and
they were.
You get that feeling at the beginning of the year where it's like this is our year.
Yeah.
You kind of get that. And I had that with this group, and it's not because their talent alone. It was they didn't want to stop playing together.
Right.
They never wanted to stop playing together,
Yeah.
and they wanted it for themselves. They'd been around since 7th grade. This
Right.
group had, so they wanted it for themselves, but they also wanted it for the organization. They wanted it for the younger girls. They wanted it more than just for themselves. And there was a weekend we went to Harrison County last year, and we played 2 really good teams. We played Harrison County, and then who was the other one? Fayette, I think. And it was a back and forth game with both of those, and we ended up losing one, winning one, and we're riding home on the bus, and I just look back, and they're like great moods, like just awesome, and I'm just like, I love this group of kids, all of them, like the seniors, the younger girls, just loved all of them. So.
Well, I mean, you could tell they played like they wanted it. I
Yes.
mean, they really did. I got to see them play a couple times and played them, once, and you could tell that they were bonded together, and that was their mission.
Yes.
I mean, you really could, and it was kind of cool to see.
And as a coach, they made it easy. Like,
Yeah.
you didn't, obviously you have to coach and you have to lead them through, but they made it easy because we didn't have to do the little things. Like, we didn't have to stay on them about getting equipment and, you know, being on time and things like that. Like, they took accountability for themselves, and I think when a team does that, it makes your job easy as a coach, that you can look at the big stuff and, you know, really push them there. But yeah, they were
No,
fun.
they were a fun bunch to watch.
Yeah, they were.
And you know, they bought into what you were selling.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big key.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I mean, but you know, I think, you know, three players that you definitely miss in Kaylee McGinn, and Jenna Slusher, and Maggie Fields. All three of them were on the Gold Glove team last year. Kaylee at first, Jenna at third, and Maggie in center field. But you know, I think the biggest loss would be Kaylee, simply because, you know, from her freshman year on, she was on the, you know, first team Division I player, and you know, such a tremendous athlete.
Yeah.
So and you know, everybody knows, right, knew Kaylee, right? But I would argue too that the one that I hated to play against the most was Maggie Fields. I mean, her heart and desire, and just the kid loved to play, you know, and that to me, McGinn, right, the big hitter, you do your game plan around McGinn, but who you have to beat, it was, in my opinion, was Maggie. Right? You got mentally, you had to beat Maggie because she was going to lead that group, and that's who I along with McGinn. I think Maggie's going to be
absolutely. And Maggie, from her sophomore year, when we started putting her into a leadoff position, I kind of looked at her and I said, you know, when you get on from the start of the game, I know we're going to win this game.
Yeah.
I know hands down we're going to win it.
Yep.
If you don't get on, I know it's going to be a dogfight.
Yeah.
And she was a leader through and through. Actions, girls looked up to her, and Kaylee, like I said, Kaylee was a leader just by dominance alone.
Right.
Like, girls looked at her, and you know, and the other girls, you know, Slusher and Miley and Jalen Buford, all of them, they had their roles, and they each fell into their roles very well, which helped as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, you've got quite a few good girls coming back, especially with, you know, I think in the regional tournament, Brooke Albert played one of the. I mean, there was 3 games where she shined.
Yes.
Big time. I mean, I think she was. First 2 games, she was 9 for 9, and it wasn't until the championship game before she made it out.
Yep.
But I mean, she had one hell of a game, or tournament, and then obviously pitcher Addie Joyce. But you know, you got a super freshman in Ella Sadzinski that, you know, as small as she is, you know, don't hit anything around her, because she's not afraid to get dirty and go get it.
No, she's not. And then we've also got Ava Meyer. I told her last year she kind of went through, as a freshman, she went through her sophomore slump at the bat, and I think, and we talked about this during cuts, and we think that she just put so much pressure on herself because she wanted those seniors to go out on top, and she wanted it so bad for them that she forgot to keep things simple a little bit. And we talked to her, and defensively, she is one of, I think she's top in Northern Kentucky defensively. She's just so smooth. Her swing, she's a lot more comfortable this year, like watching her swing in off season. So she'll definitely be one of the top ones. Brooke Albert, like I said, or like you guys mentioned, her swing is, she's just,
good.
She's so smooth.
She's just
so
good.
smooth. And and what I love about Brooke too is she's so dependable. So dependable. Like if we need somebody on, she's gonna get on. She's gonna rack the ball.
It's funny you say that, because, you know, coaching against you in that lineup last year, I mean, you always know that Kaylee was in the middle of that lineup, but Brooke was the one that always worried about.
Yes,
I mean,
and she did her job, and that's why we had her in that
Right.
4 spot, because she was there to protect Kaylee. But more than that, it was, okay, well, we're going to pitch around Kaylee,
Right.
but now we have to deal with Brooke Albert.
Right.
So, I mean, she fit that role phenomenally
Right.
last year.
You know, and I was at the game when you played Highlands and the region, and she hit the ball over the right center field,
Mhm.
or right head, and even though you guys had girls on base, I was at the point, if I was coaching, what would I be doing right now? Because
Yeah.
I'm like, you're in a no-win situation because you can't really put more girls on base. But I just knew
Right.
she was going to blast one,
Yeah.
and I was like, I don't know what I would have done,
Yeah.
but it was a tough situation. But that's the luxury you had last year.
Yes.
Thank God you didn't have to make that decision.
Yeah, thank God I didn't have to. Somebody made that decision for me.
Well, when you and I was going to bring up Ava Meyer because I think in the sectional game, I mean, she played a great first base. And
Oh, she's
that
phenomenal
one
on the
diving
defense,
play
yes.
Yeah.
to, I think the bases were loaded
Yep.
throughout, and she made a diving catch and went right back to the base to get the out.
Oh, yeah.
And she played, she like you said, her defense is really nice.
Yes, and I think that's where one of our strengths are this year, where we didn't quite have it last year. Last year we had girls who could only play in certain positions, and this year, I mean, we're blessed that we had Casey Fote transfer in. We've got Brianna Patzel. If I say that wrong, Brianna, I'm sorry. Still learning that one.
Yeah.
She transferred in from Tennessee, and she can play just about anywhere.
Yeah.
So we're excited about that. Ava Meyer can play anywhere. Brooke Albert can play anywhere. Ella Stasinski, if we put her anywhere, we can put her anywhere. And then we've got some young and upcomers. We got Skylar Mitchell, who played last year in right field for us, made a over the head catch to pretty much win us the game. I
Yeah.
mean, it was a game saving catch. And then you got Taylor Ingram, who's coming up, and then we had a transfer from Notre Dame in, Izzy.
Yeah.
So our strength this year is we're going to have a lot of versatile players, and
nice.
It is nice, and it's nice. And Kristen Elfers, who's coaching with me now, we all sat down and talked, and she said we're going to have multiple lineups up until May, and so. And our big thing right now is that first base. Once we fill that first base, I know everybody looked at Kaylee as a big hitter, but for us it was defense. I mean, she saved our butts on defense many times, and so defensively she's going to be really hard to fill. So right now, our hole is first base.
Yeah, and to your point, you make a good point, right? A lot of times you can have a lot of kids that can be versatile and play a lot of different places and really good athletes. But you have to learn who you trust at those spots, right? Who you trust at third, who you trust at short.
And they do too. Like they got to get comfortable, and that's the seniors at last year, they played together for so long.
Right.
They trusted each other. Like Maggie knew if I have to go into the hole, or Ella knew if I got to go in the hole and I make this bad throw.
Right.
Kaylee's got my back. Like
Right.
Kaylee's got it.
Right.
And so that's where we are now. Is we got to get the girls comfortable playing together.
Yep.
But.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Good luck to you guys.
Yeah,
Good luck
thank
to you
you,
guys.
too.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hope to have another rematch with you guys.
Yes, that'd be nice. I'd take it.
All right, now we'll welcome in the head coach of Boone County, Andy Pedretis, and with him, his star junior pitcher, Karis Black.
What's up, partner?
What about Karis? Ladies first.
I don't blame you.
How'd you pick this one to come? I mean,
she didn't work.
She's the only one.
Not right now.
No, well, you lost what, three seniors from last year? Nikki Bridgers, Caitlin Cooper.
Yeah, I think it's just two.
Just
Nikki
two?
and
Just
Caitlin.
two.
Okay.
You confused me for a second. I go, wow. Who did I forget? That's not good.
Where did Nikki go? Did she get Ohio Dominican?
She is at Hanover.
Hanover.
Yeah.
I knew she went somewhere.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, losing a catcher to handle this one pitching is going to be a tough replacement. Do you have anybody in that
Don't
position
remind
yet?
me. We've got a few that we're working on. Athletically, we have a couple that are plenty good enough to do it. It's going to be the softball IQ.
Right.
Anybody that plays enough ball games, You got a catcher that doesn't know what they're doing back there. At some point, it's going to show itself.
Right. We just talked about it earlier today, how important catching is, right?
Yeah, it's big. And right now, I hear her talk about our holes first. Only one, huh? That's nice. Oh, we have a couple.
Now sit around for my interview. You'll hear some holes. But no, you get back with Karis. For the last 3 years, she's been Division I player, first team. Last year as a sophomore, 32 hits, 40 RBIs, 13 home runs, 416 average. And that's just on the offensive side. Pitching, 19-4, 173 Ks, 1.94 ERA.
Seriously? I actually thought you had a better year than that.
Wow.
Do you sell hot dogs in between innings?
I mean.
No, because they were talking about numbers.
Her numbers would be down.
We're not strong with numbers.
Her sales numbers.
Well, I would say that last year between her and Jessica Walsh, probably the two top pitchers in Northern Kentucky.
Easy.
I would say this year, I'm trying to think of anybody that's going to be that can match these numbers.
I don't think there's anybody on her level in Northern Kentucky, no. And that, and what she does, though, is both sides of the plate, which is what's nice, and I don't want to speak for Andy, but she's, regardless how many holes he's got in his lineup, she's going to keep him in every game, right? And that's nice to have, and have a kid like this that can do that. I won't say makes your job easy, but definitely makes it easier, right, than some of the other places.
Now, if she does get into a bit of a bind, who do you have to come in?
We've got Kaylin Irwin. Kaylin, she's a sophomore. And then we have Harper Kidman, who's a freshman. Then we have Molly as an 8th grader. We have Danny Shea as a 7th grader. We have Hope as an 8th grader. We have, as far as numbers of pitchers, we have 6 on the roster right now. So, we're at a good spot on the mound. Now, some of them, they're not varsity ready.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like Molly, one of the 8th graders, speed-wise, she'd probably be in the upper half in Northern Kentucky right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, speed's a little bit there, but not consistent.
Yeah.
She's going to have to be a little bit of a horse, but, I mean, you guys are going to see it this year. She wants to play, short and third in college. And we can sit here and make it all about wins, but it's supposed to be about the players. So she's going to do a lot more this year, not on the mound, than she did last year. So, Harper and KB, they'll be getting some innings. They'll be getting an uptick.
Well, and the other thing I was going to say, too, and I meant to say before, was when you were rattling off the numbers, Boone's another team that goes out and plays and seeks good teams, right? So, again, you're talking about those numbers are against, good teams. So that's why I feel like I got more respect for someone like her that's doing it against good teams week in and week out, that's getting it done. And that's thanking your coach and putting you in those positions to be able to do that. But you got to do it when you do it, and you do a great job at it.
Yeah, well, before when Andy brought up Harper Kinman, last year as an 8th grader, 36 hits, 38 runs, 400 average. That's I'll take that out of an 8th grader any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she's tiny. Like if you see her, she's a tiny little thing, and then you see some of the balls come off the bat. People that small should not be able to hit that
hard. Yeah.
I mean, she can smoke a ball a couple times.
So where are you? I know I see your dad on my FedEx route. I see him all the time. We sit and chat and talking about the recruiting trail. Have you nailed down? I know the last time I talked to him is you're looking at someplace in Florida.
Well, right now I've verbally committed to University of West Alabama.
Nice. Good deal. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Awesome. Where is that?
That is in Livingston, Alabama. It's really close to the border.
Border on the west side. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what prompted a move to pick this school? I mean, was it something where they saw you during summer ball?
Yeah, they saw me during summer ball in one of our South tournaments because that's all we play.
Yeah.
But I went on my visit, and it's just people tell you to find a place that feels like home, and that is. I've been to a lot of college visits, but that's where I felt most at home at. So.
Yeah. Now, what are their plans? Pitch?
I'm gonna pitch a little bit, and
Yeah.
then I'll be playing short, some outfield.
Cool, awesome. Good for you.
Yeah, talking to a couple. I remember talking to Jeff and Chastity Branson, about when McClay got recruited. He said most of the time that they're looking for, they recruit shortstops left and right because they can make them players in other positions.
Right. They're typically the best athletes. And if you look at a Kentucky roster or Florida or Stanford or Arizona, their entire team or starting 9, or maybe 8 are former shortstops, and they get first basemen playing shortstops unless they're, the mashers or whatever.
Right.
But they're just so athletic, and and you're right. You got to be able to be flexible, right? So when you go and you're an athlete, and they say, I need a left fielder today. Raise your hand. You got the ability to do that, right? You can go play. So that's the value of having. And plus, you get to pitch too. So that's
one of the things I teach. Been preaching to as an assistant coach and now as a head coach to my players. The more positions you can play, the more valuable you are to my team.
Right.
And it's nice to, you don't want to be hamstrung just being able to play one position because it limits your ability to be on the field at all times.
So, Andy, you're in that tough district, man. I know you've taken some knocks. You've had some really good teams and taken some knocks, and you've given some knocks. What do you think? How do you think it's going to turn out this year?
You never know. Every
great.
single year we go into a season, and at least one of the 4 has a better season than expected.
Yep.
And one of the 4 has a lesser than expected kind of season.
Yeah.
Sean taking Connor over. We all know it. Anybody that knows him well, just give him a few years.
Yeah.
They've got some work to do, but he's got young talent there. He knows the game. 2 years.
Yeah.
3 tops.
Yeah.
And they're going to be right in the mix. Ryle's always got talent. Cooper, we all know, has a bunch of talent right now.
Right.
We have a bunch of talent, and we have a bunch of untested talent.
Right.
Is the problem. Yeah. So we got the horse, and we do have some other really good ball players, but we have right now. One thing that I would say that there's a few schools: Highlands, Dixie, Simon Kenton, Boone's, Connor, Ryle, the Boone County schools in general. Always have athletes. It's softball IQ that they don't always have. It's the experience that they don't always have. So it's just going to be a matter of with us. I know Sarah was talking about before. I don't even want to know how many lineups we're going to have this year. I really don't, because I can tell you with all honesty, there's only 5 positions right now that we know for sure who's starting there.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
We got 4 to completely figure out.
Yep.
And it might take us until the end of April to figure it out.
Yep.
So it's going to be a year that I know you've had at Highlands where you're we're going to figure it out at some point, and hopefully all lines up. But the schedule is back to being what we're used to again. So we're going to get tested in a big way.
Well, and to your point, it's not just figuring it out in practice, right? You might have kids that are good in practice, but when the lights come on, what happens, right? And that's for me been a big thing. I get kids that look outstanding in practice, and then you lay down a bunt with a tie game at 2-2 in the 6th inning, and they throw it over the fence, and they do that consistently. All of a sudden, they forget, and that's. Who do you? We just talked about with Sarah. Who do you trust there, right? You might have 5 or 6 kids that could play that spot, but who do you trust there?
Well, we really don't know, because we were talking about before with Karis. She's going to play other positions in college. Well, we have Star Smith, who just went on a visit Thursday. We were figuring she was going to be at short again, on paper, but she's getting recruited for outfield to this school. So if she signs there, well, we're kind of doing her a disservice if we keep her in the infield all the time.
Yeah.
Now that would mean that there's probably an 8th grader that would go to short.
Yeah.
Great athlete, but man, she's young.
Yeah.
You know, it's. We will see.
Yeah. Yeah.
We will see and see how many strikeouts you get this year, bud.
Man,
Or can you get, yeah.
And talking about Star, I mean, she had a great year as a junior last year, 33 hits, 34 runs, and batted close to 400. I mean, so you get, it's nice to have, those kind of players returning, added in with Karis and her abilities on the mound.
Yep.
Yep, we've got some athletes. Just, we will see by the end of the season.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck this
Awesome.
year.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Good luck.
No problem.
Congratulations on the
Thanks.
commitment. Good job, Betty.
See you, bud.
All right, we'll welcome in the head coach at Newport High School, Mr. John Atkins, to bring his star senior player, Miss Morgan Barnes.
Mister. Oh, boy.
Mister.
How you doing, bud?
How you doing, Coach?
Well, I know I kept on seeing you back there. Oh, excuse me. Seeing you guys back here, you going out to check your phone. So we get you in here. So I know we talked about this. I don't know, were you in here when Danny was in from Holmes?
No, he just got through.
All right. Well, we were talking about coaches in the association that are coaching at their alma mater. Myself, Rob has done it in the past with at Highlands, Danny, Jordan Gentry now at Ludlow or at Lloyd, Sarah Dixie.
Yeah.
Coaching at their alma mater. I know that myself and Rob and others in the past, this has nothing to do with softball now, but what you do for Newport High School, they should have a plaque on the wall down there naming you Mr. Newport for what you do.
Doing great.
Not only for the athletics, any of the athletic departments or all the athletes, but what you do for the school as a whole. You put a lot of time and effort, and it shows your pride and what it means to you. So, we just want to thank you for your dedication.
Yeah,
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Newport means a lot to me, and so do the kids. And the kids need somebody to turn to, and I try to be there for them. And it's all about Newport to me.
Yep, that's awesome. It really is. It's really cool to see, and like Danny, and he was at Cooper, but we always knew his heart was he was a Bulldog, right?
Right.
And to your point, you can't help not going back and helping those kids if in those schools and coaching. It's not. We've talked about earlier too. It's not all about championships. It's not all about winning every game. It's not. It's about watching those kids develop and teaching life lessons and getting them to that next level, however you can. And hoping you leave a mark on them and a positive guidance and have someone to go to. So. That's what we do it for, and that we've talked about 100 times. Not for the pay, right? It has nothing to do with the money. It's for the kids.
Well, all the girls know that they can call me and text me at any time, and it for situations, and I'll do my best to help them. And Morgan's a prime example. She knows that, and I've never turned my back on my kids.
Yeah.
They're important, and they need somebody they know that is there for them.
And that's awesome.
Let me look over my sheet here. You
Yeah,
lost
okay.
three players from last year at graduation, but you return 3 solid seniors in Lexi Croft, 30 hits, a 405 average. Alexis Miller hitting over 300 with 21 RBIs, and of course Morgan, 35 hits, 35 RBIs, a 473 average. So. Do you feel you've got a lot of pressure, not only on you, but the other seniors to step up and show the younger kids how to do this?
I wouldn't say pressure. I mean, I just like helping them. It makes me feel good, but I wouldn't necessarily say pressure.
Yeah, I don't think there's pressure on us at all. I think it's part of the thing is we enjoy being around each other, the team, the camaraderie, and we've got a lot of new kids, and that's where the seniors step up and show them the things that we do and how to go about doing them. You know, like you said, we got 3 seniors, we got 3 juniors. Everybody else is below again, and I know that's the thing that you hear every year. Well, Newport's got 3 seniors and they got this, but they're young again, and that's the thing. We keep bringing kids in, but they're all young.
Yeah.
So, and we're trying to build that thing where they understand that this is a good sport and it's a fun sport, and it's good to be out on the field in the weather. I mean, of course, you want to be out in the sun, and I tell them we practice in this weather we're having now, which is cool. And I tell them, I said, we play games in this, and I said, trust me. I said it could be May and it could be 30 degrees outside, which you guys both know, and it's the idea that we're out there, and I want them to understand. Yeah, it's going to be cold, but learn it, because this is what we do, and this is our sport. And the young kids are starting to understand that. And, you know, we've got a lot of young kids. I think we have 8 freshmen this year trying to play, and a couple 8th graders and a 7th grader. And
What are your numbers like this year? They
right now, we're looking at maybe 19 kids.
Oh, good.
Dressing, and we have enough for a JV team right now.
Good.
And I try to explain to them, you know, this is how we do things, and it's, you know, early into it, but they're taken to it pretty well and wanting to learn.
Good.
So,
So Morgan, are you, you know, with this being your last year at the high school level, are you looking to possibly play at the next level?
Yeah, I am. I have a couple of places looking at me.
Yeah, because Morgan's another one that my youngest daughter played with growing up on a travel team with Ashley Verse, Serena Paterno. There's going to be a couple more girls coming in. They all played together. So, you know, just watching you, you know, start off so small and progress to this level. Like I told Ashley Verse, you know, it's neat to see, you know, these girls progress as they get older. So where are you looking at?
Right now, my top is definitely Penn State, Greater Allegheny. That's definitely where I want to go. It just felt like I could fit in there.
Oh, nice.
So.
What do you think you want to study?
I'm not sure.
No, yeah, well, that's a tough one. Yeah. That's a tough one.
That question should always say just open.
Yeah. I know that, yeah.
I'm open.
Yeah, I'm open.
But we really think we've got a good group of girls that I know the 3 seniors are our leaders, and we've got those 3 juniors that have played since 7th grade. And then we've got a few sophomores that have played for 3 years, and our pitching is a junior, Miranda Blevins, who pitched last year. Yeah. Our sophomores, Kaylin Davis, who she's a tall, long-armed girl who's coming around, starting to understand it. And then we've got a 7th grader who's played travel ball, and she plays a lot of positions, and she's pitched a little, so getting her to understand you're back at 43, not at 36. So, you know, those are things that we've got to work on, and she's got some talent. So I think as the year goes on, and I know Andy was saying we've got kids, we got to make a puzzle, and we got to figure out who's going to play where. I think if the girls that come out that say they are, that's playing basketball, then we're going to have the same type of thing where we're going to have to move kids around to find out where it's best for us.
Yeah.
And that's what we're hoping to have is a team that once we get going, if we pull one piece out, we can plug another one in, and we're not missing a beat. Right. And that's you know, from experience, that's what you've got to have.
Yeah.
No, I mean we're more or less in the same boat where it comes to, you know, getting kids into our program. I mean, we're both, you know, I remember when Mike Knotts was in here from Walton Verona, he said, you know, we're a small school, we got 600 kids. I'm like, I wish we had 600 kids. You know, we're pulling from a small pool, and, you know, whoever you get in, you're happy to have. You just want to make sure that you can, you know, see those kids progress day in, day out, and that's all you can ask for.
What is Newport's attendance now?
I think we're close to 400. I think last I heard it was like 397.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think.
What's NC's at?
We're just a little over 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You know, we're small, obviously,
Yeah.
with them knocking a lot of buildings down to make this
Right.
big thing in the city, which I'm not upset about, but I mean, it hurts the kids.
Right.
And
Right.
I would love to have 30 kids come out and build a team, but, you know, in our school district, like a lot of the other small schools, it's called share athletes, which you got a kid that plays basketball, so you won't get hurt till after basketball. You got a kid that does this, a kid that does that, and it's like, where do you turn to?
Right.
And it's tough.
It does. It makes it tough for you guys. I've always admired the small school coaches and how they deal with that, right? Because, you know, when I was at Highlands, I had a little bit of that, but I had a lot of softball-only kids, you know.
Right.
And I had them all year round, where I know NC, you know, and you guys and Bellevue, and I mean, all those, if you're an athlete, you play them all, right?
Right.
And or 2 or 3 or whatever.
Right.
And you have to wait to get those kids, and it definitely has an effect on the sport, the season they're in, right? Because all the sports fight through the same thing, right?
Right. And that's small school, the way it works,
Yep.
and you have to deal with it.
Yep.
And you move on, and you just hope that the girls that come out want to play and
Right.
don't want to come out just because their friends there. They want to come out and learn and play. And
Right.
you've been around, both you guys, and it's something that you just can't walk up and say, I know how to play, and you really don't. And there's a lot of coaching that goes into it, and that's where we're at with a lot of our kids is they've never played, so we're back at square one with a lot of the younger kids. And you know, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
really
yeah.
fun, and I love doing it, and it's being around the Newport kids.
Yep. Awesome.
Well, great. Good luck this season. We'll see
Thank
you
you.
March 16th.
Yeah, I know you will. Good luck to you guys. All right.
Good luck, Morgan.
Sounds like you circled that on your calendar.
That's the first game of the year.
For them, it's our second game.
All right. We'll welcome in another first-year head coach.
There's a lot of that going
at
around.
Ludlow, Meredith Hartfeld. And who'd you bring with you?
Senior Karina Castrolon.
I think I got her in my notes here somewhere. I do have a great sheet. Oh, yeah, I got her here. So, I know we met briefly over the summer, and that was at our all-way meeting. And so I never got a chance, to find out, your history. Are you a Ludlow grad? What experience do you have in softball and stuff like that? So why don't you let everybody know?
Yeah, I actually went to Dixie, a 4-year player there in softball. And then this is my 3rd year together with the Ludlow school. I coach basketball down there as well, too. So fallen in love with the city of Ludlow. And as much as I love Dixie and, the big school atmosphere, I really love the small school feel as well, too.
What year did you graduate?
2012.
Yeah. I was going to see if you were anywhere near Sarah.
Yeah, she actually was my assistant coach, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, Sarah's been
I
there
have
for
some
a
experience
while.
with Sarah, too.
So how is it, transitioning from, an assistant, so to speak, to now being head coach? What aspects of being a head coach do you like?
I do like being the one that they come to, that first coach that they approach. But I've always been that way with the girls, and they know they can come to me with anything, on the field, within the classroom, anything in their personal lives. It is different, especially transitioning from basketball. We're still in basketball season, but so my assistants that I've been working with for the past 3 years have been really good too about communicating with me until I can get to practice and all that as well.
Yeah, it helps to have a good staff.
Yeah, and they're familiar with the girls too. Like I said, this is I've started with them, so this is our 3rd year all collectively together. So it's good to have that trust and communication with them as well.
Well, it's funny you say you fell in love with Ludlow, because I had a good friend Chris Scott.
Yeah.
You know, coached the softball team last year, and he was the same way. We stayed in touch a lot, and he was always telling me just how much he loved the kids down there and loved the city, and he loved that place. And I know he moved on out because he wanted that basketball gig out there in Batavia. But I know he's talked wonders about you guys. I literally probably talked to him 3 or 4 times a week, you know, because he was first year. Yeah, he was a first year softball coach, so he was always asking, well, how should we, you know, do these type of things, and but you know, I think he did a pretty good job down there.
He was high energy, that's for sure.
High energy.
I learned a lot from him, you know, and that high energy is pretty crazy, but it worked for us on our team, and the girls loved it too, I think. So.
Well, I know he loved the girls in that city. I can tell that.
Definitely.
So who? Let's see. Looking at you had. You know, you lost 4 to graduation, and did I hear correct that your pitcher, Bella Sloan, did she move?
She is still there.
She is.
Our younger pitcher, Anne-Marie McClurg, actually moved.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say that's you know, losing Bella would really hurt. I mean, it's you know, nice to see that, you know, especially for you to have her coming back.
Yeah, it is nice to have her coming back. She'll be, you know, one of our top main pitchers this year. So, but like you mentioned, we lost 4 seniors last year. 2 that come to mind is Madison Morgan and Kayla Everman. They were in our
losses.
Yeah, they were in our top, you know, rotation, and you know, some of our top batting averages for the season. So
I was going to say, and they both played shortstop and third base, so you lose,
you
know, one side of that infield. That's going to be definitely tough to replace.
Definitely.
Do you have any prospects for the, you know, anybody young enough to come up?
We have a couple. We're, you know, listening to Newport Talk. We're similar to them. We have a lot of young talent this year. We have 5 returning seniors, including Karina, and then we have a couple juniors who will fill first base and actually third base, and Shayla Shepard, she played last year, and then we have like five sophomores that will fill, you know, within our lineup. So we have a lot of I think we had like 5 7th graders come out and a couple sophomores who have never played before. So it's going to be fun and interesting to see who will fill those other positions. But I think those will be 2 tough spots to fill for the 2 that we lost. But we have a couple prospects that will be pretty good, I think.
Well, looking at, you know, speaking of Karina, you know, last year, 29 hits, 29 runs, 20 RBIs, 28 out of 29 stolen bases, 439 average. That's not bad numbers.
Pretty good.
Now the only thing is, now you got to improve on that.
Yeah.
Now, do you think you can?
I feel like, I don't know, it's just, I guess I will. I don't know.
She's one of our basketball players right now, so she's not, you know, in the swing of softball. She's still thinking of basketball, but I think she'll improve. She's one of our fastest base runners. You know, just long legs, can get to the base real quick. Super smart on the base path too. So.
Yeah. Where do you play in the field? I didn't. What position?
Center field.
Center. Okay. Nice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good deal.
So they made I keep hearing that they were going to do some improvements down on the field. Is anything like that taking place yet?
Not yet. I know they were talking about the baseball field getting that turf infield, kind of like how Bellevue did theirs. But I haven't heard or seen anything started yet. I don't know if that'll happen this year. I would say it would probably happen for next season.
And they were going to do that for both baseball and softball?
I'm not sure about that, but I hope they would do it for both. Yeah. That would be nice, since they both, I mean, it's a city park that we play on, which kind of stinks. We're kind of limited in, you know, certain things that maybe I or the other coaches want to do, but hopefully we can get that taken care of down there, because that would be nice.
Yeah.
Being so close to the river too.
Well, that too.
That's part. You know, that's part of it.
But you guys don't have that. Heck, let's just walk right across the street to the park, so it's not that bad.
Right.
But no, it's you know, I think dwelling on what we were talking about with the energy that Chris brought to the team last year. You know, they beat us in a real close game, exciting fashion, and just watching the way that not only the girls But Chris, I mean, you would have thought he was one of the girls, the way he was jumping around, dancing. And, you hate to be on the losing side of something like that, but, you step back from being a part of the opposing team, and it's like, that's really neat. It's nice to see, everybody excited like that, and, the girls, believed in everything that Chris was pushing.
Yeah.
And I think, he did an excellent job of convincing you guys that, you can go out there and you can win games. You just got to believe in yourself. And, I think that's the message that he was relaying to the team. And I think he did a really good job with it.
Yeah.
We don't have any other coaches, so you guys can sit. We can find other things to talk about. I know there's somebody outside the door there, but anyway. But no, it's.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to match his energy, just to that extreme. But I have a passion for the game and loved playing it in high school, and I've been around it for a long time. So, and the girls know I'm goofy and can be like that. But when it's time for a game, we got to take care of business as well too. So.
Well, that's you make a good point there. You say you're goofy, right? You got to have fun with it too, right? You guys are together so much.
Right.
You see them so much. You spend so much time. It can't be just drilling, right? You got to have that other side too, so the girls see that, and it shows you care about them, right? They all need a break, right? And I know again, basketball player coming to, we talked about that with small schools and those athletes, it just they go from one to another to and if they don't get that break and a little bit of time to let their hair down, then it can be troublesome. They get too caught up in some of that stuff, and it's not that important, right? It's fun. You want to win. You want to do those things, but you got to have some fun. Let the hair down.
Yeah, we talk about that in basketball all the time. If you got to do a dance move or whatever you have to do to get them loosened up before a game, or at halftime, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
In between innings, whatever you have to do to help them keep their focus and maybe forget about a play that they had.
Right.
It's just something you have to do.
And to your point, if you can teach them to, to when you cross the line, you kind of turn it on, right? So you dance and have fun and have the dance offs and all that, and then they throw the ball out there, and now it's time to play, right? And that's how you try to figure out how to mold that team, how to do that balance.
Yeah, that balance. I always tell them that balance will help them with whatever they do in life, whether
absolutely.
it be softball, in your job, college, whatever it is.
Right,
so.
Absolutely.
All right, we got more showing up, so thank you for coming.
Thanks.
Appreciate
Nice talking
it.
with you
Good
guys.
luck this season. Good luck.
Good luck.
You too.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, Mamie, you're up. Welcome in.
Hi.
The head coach is St. Henry, Mamie Sauser. Who'd you bring with us today?
I brought Shannon Flaherty. She's our captain, senior.
One of, two seniors?
We have five seniors. We have Shannon Flaherty, Haley McVeigh, Jacqueline Albrink, Sydney Arthur, and Maddie Beer. Yeah.
Let's see, last year, Shannon's numbers, 35 hits, 34 runs, 21 RBIs, 449 average. Not bad. So she's going to be the first base?
Most likely. Maybe Smalfield if her arm can take it. So we'll see how it goes.
So earlier we had Sarah from Dixie in, and of course she was going over some of the new players in the team, and unfortunately your pitcher for the last 3 years is transferred to Dixie. So I'm hearing, I guess, Haley McVeigh taking over pitching reins possibly.
She already was pitching some in the past, but yeah, she'll move to the ace spot this year for the most part.
So that could create holes elsewhere, taking her out of that spot.
Possibly, but we have picked up a few girls who we think, while she's pitching, can fill her third base position. So we're hopeful for that. We're working on kind of figuring that out as we go. We've only been a weekend, so we're just kind of taking it day by day and just trying to improve every day. So hopefully, I know that we picked up a sophomore that I'm hopeful she's used to play third, so like that could be a good fit. So we'll see.
I was gonna say, what's the numbers like this year? I know last year Freedom was, she was calling players.
Yeah, well, with teaching there, I'm able to recruit in the halls.
There you go.
So
Right,
I'm like,
right.
hey, do you want to play? Do you have a glove?
You look like an athlete.
Let's play.
We'd love to have you.
So definitely our numbers were going back and forth for a little while because, well, we still have some girls in swimming because they just went to state last weekend or this past weekend. So they haven't played or been practicing yet, and then trying to recruit a few girls that are on the basketball team. So if all of those come, we'd probably be around 17, 18. But as of right now, we're about 14 solid. So.
I was gonna say that they, as far as the pitching aspects of things go, they at least have somebody that knows something about pitching.
Yes.
For those that don't know, Mamie was a pitcher at St. Henry and then went on her way to play at Thomas More. So, what are the other big holes that you have to fill that you feel are the most important?
I mean, honestly, we have our same returning team as last year, except for Casey, unfortunately. So, and I think our hitting was fairly strong.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, I'm pretty excited about our hitting wise. I think one of our biggest holes is honestly, catching up the newer ones up to speed, and not slowing down my more, what's the word I'm looking for?
More experience.
Yeah, my more experienced players at the same time. So we've got a few new ones, like some who have never played, some who haven't played in a while. So I think trying to catch them up and kind of see where we can put them is kind of a hole. And then my players often get used to new coaches. So I picked up two of my old teammates from Thomas More, Alex Bowman-Walter and Krista Summy. So that's a whole new adjustment. Obviously, we're missing Freedom, which it's a big change. So I think just change in general has been a little bit of a weird feeling and an adjustment. But as of right now, I don't really see any big holes. So let's knock on wood that some don't form.
Yeah.
So.
So was it, did the whole coaching staff go completely?
Yes. So last year was me, Freedom, and Steve Butts. So those two. I mean, Steve had been there for I think since Freedom started, 6 or 7 years,
right.
Maybe even the year before. I can't remember. I think he started was he there for Noelle's first year? Because Noelle, his daughter, was the year behind me,
Yeah.
so I feel like he might have started the year after her. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think that was my first year, was his first year.
Okay, so yeah, he left, and then unfortunately we lost Freedom at the end too, which I know she misses it. So
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
it's definitely weird without them, and I know they are weird with me moving into that because at school I just had this conversation with them last week. In the past, I didn't care if they called me by my first name.
Right.
Then they see me at school and they have to call me Miss Salzer, and that's really weird. And then they tend to slip up, so I'm like, let's just go with Coach, all the way around.
I've got the same problem with my girls because they, for so long, have been used to calling me Lawn Boy.
Right.
And
I feel like everyone calls you that.
I just let it slide, and at the first practice, I said, it's Coach Burkart or just Coach.
Yeah.
We're gonna, I want to teach you guys how to, you gotta have a little. I don't mind, I've never minded it in the past, but it's just something, you just wanted to change that, and
Well, for me, it being at school too, it's if the big guy hears a student calling me, hey, it's me, maybe I'm like, oh
Right.
God, don't do that. So we have to work on that.
So what's it like going from, I don't want to say that Freedom was a screamer and stuff like that, but you could see there are times when when Freedom would get mad, she'd let you have it. Going from Freedom and Steve to now you got nothing but female coaches to deal with. Is there a big adjustment? Is it
There's a little bit of a difference, but
when she gets mad, she gets mad. So
So I'm in no way, shape, or form a calm person.
No.
So
And
the
so-
yelling won't change.
And like, we have like our other coaches are a little bit more calm and
not me.
Yeah.
They
So
balance
I
out.
mean, yeah, everything balances out and
You have bad coach and good coach.
Good cop, bad cop. You gotta have it. You gotta have it.
Well, it's kind of like when we had a couple weeks ago, I had all my players and parents. I had a meeting, and I told them, I said, I don't want the girls to take it personal if I have to raise my voice to them. I said, if they do something wrong, they're gonna know they did something wrong. But at the same time, when they do something right, I'm going to be there to
Yeah,
congratulate.
that's exactly
it,
what I
it
said.
works both ways, and just don't take it personal. I'm only trying to build you up.
Mhm.
It's a little, might be some harsh constructive criticism, but don't. That's the last thing you want to do is have the kids take it personal and
tear 'em
lose,
down.
yeah,
Yeah.
and lose faith in you. So I think especially when you explain and let them know that we're going to be there to pick you up, or congratulate you, or boost you up when it's deserved, but expect to hear some criticism. I said, because when you get out into the workplace, you do something wrong, your boss is going to be in your ear.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
This way, we're teaching you,
Like
that-
life lessons, not
Correct.
only it
You're
doesn't
gonna,
matter.
You're
if
going to
it's
see
on the
this
softball
as
field.
once you get out of softball. So be prepared for it.
I say that to my students at the same time too. I
Right.
deal with it in class, and I'm like, "What are you gonna do when you get a job?
Right.
You're just gonna like mouth off to your boss? Like,
Right.
good luck with that."
Right. We all have bosses, right? I mean, we all have to. We all report to somebody.
I don't.
The guy that started his own business.
So what's your schedule? I didn't get a chance to really take a close look at your schedule. Have you same as in the past? Do you take it down a little bit because of one, you lose a starting pitcher, or do you continue the same path you went down? You schedule competitive and just take what comes at you.
I mean, I think our schedule's fairly competitive. It's very similar to the past. There's a few schools that we've added that are a little bit newer. Originally, we were going to start with like a little bit of a round robin like we did last year down towards Lexington area, but then we have the Pete Knoll, so we're going to start right off the bat with that, I believe. And then after that, we have like a few away games, but it's pretty common or pretty similar schedule to last year. We're sitting at about, I want to say 28 games right now. We're hopeful that we can hopefully make it to the All-A again this year. We made it 2 years ago and it was really fun. So that's, I know, a goal of ours. So that's not counting that though. So
Right.
as of right now, and like I did take that into consideration, like I know how it is to, I mean, it's possible to pitch in the 40 games or, but it is a lot on one person.
Right.
So I did take that into consideration, and like some our break days are pretty spaced. Like we have or our days are pretty spaced out of when we're playing, so it won't be so many like back to back to back to back to back. So try to give some rest. I'm trying to see if I can churn someone else into a pitcher, so like I can give her some breaks, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm looking at your schedule. I mean, for St. Henry's still a small school. What I consider a small school. They have Campbell, Highlands, Cooper, Connor, Brossard, Campbell again, Newport Catholic, Simon Kenton, Dixie, St. Ursula,
We have
Seton.
a couple times, yeah.
Yeah, Notre Dame, Ryle. So they're not shying from anybody. I mean, they're
Yeah,
gonna be there.
we'll be in the same
same
Anderson Ferry tournament.
Oh yeah, the Seton one.
Yeah. Yeah, you get to put,
That's always like I think a fun one. I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
we enjoy it, and like,
Oh, yeah.
it's always nice. Like it always seems like
And
it turns
again,
out nice.
there's it's competitive softball, some good teams in it.
Mhm. One of my old coaches, he's actually one of the coaches at Ursuline, or that was right. That's who plays in it, correct? Was it St. Ursuline?
St. Ursula. St. Ursula.
One- yeah,
Seton.
that's one. Yeah, and so that was like funny. The first time I showed up, I was like, "What?" Like full circle. Like now I'm coaching
Right.
against one of my old coaches. So, but it's good.
So, where, I know we've always been asking everybody about, you know, the different opportunities to get practicing in, you know, with that new building, what was the new building that they built out there?
It's called, well, we call it the Shack, but it's St. Henry Athletic Complex. So it's just what it's known for. It's like the old sports building, like that. Or well, it's not that one. I don't think it's maybe the one next to it. But it's like right by Boone.
Right.
So it's super nice. It's basically 3 full gym floors, and then we have on the back court, it's got 2 drop downs for cages. So very handy. It is nice, but it's hard. Sometimes it's still hard. It's like we're still competing with scheduling with feeder schools and like volleyball clubs renting it out. I mean, it's open to the public to rent, so we still like face a hard time sometimes getting times, but it's so much better than just having the gym and trying to bounce around basketball schedules.
Right.
So, I mean, we're doing for like fairly well. We were able to get in there all week, so hoping that continues until basketball's over, and then we'll get back into the gym more for like longer practices.
Yeah, 'cause
So,
you got,
it does help
they
with
got a
the
drop
nets.
down batting cage there, right?
Yeah, 2 of them, so it's
Oh.
nice. So it's nice also they can like squeeze us in baseball, and if we needed to, and both are able to get our hittings in. And there's not much of us, so I mean we don't take long, so we're like we'll be in an hour and a half hour.
Right.
Well, before we stop talking about you guys, I know, you know, one player that I wanted to mention as well, sophomore Sydney Steinley. Last year as a freshman, 42 hits, 33 runs, 20 RBIs, and 438 average. I mean, that's
Definitely one of our stronger players, yes, for being young.
Yeah.
So we are young, like, well, next year we'll all be, like, basically all young. I think we'll have, Ella is our only junior?
Macy and Emily.
Oh, yeah, Macy. No, Emily, yeah. We're still kind of young, though, other than them. But she's definitely one of the leaders for being so young. She's kind of been, I mean, when I saw her as a 7th grader 2 years ago when I started, I was like, oh my gosh, like, who is this kid? Like, she's got so much spunk behind the plate. I mean, she'll tell you this to your face. I treat her like a little sister. And she will talk your ear off. And she does every day of practice, and I always have to get on her. I'm like, stop talking.
Yeah.
One of the nicest kids I've ever met. I feel like all of our girls are just really good kids. So, I mean, she definitely adds energy to the team. And she follows her around. She loves her. She looks up to her like no other. So, got good seniors as good role models helps as well.
so are you looking to play beyond high school?
I have a couple decisions to make, but I mean, I'm looking at it.
Have you had any offers?
Yeah.
Care to divulge?
Wittenberg and Thomas More, but I mean, I'm looking, but also I have to look at academics also.
And what do you want to study?
Exercise science.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, that's good. Anything else?
I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you for coming
Thank
in.
you. Thank you.
so
Appreciate it.
much. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, Chris.
That's my girls.
since we're going to definitely get on
Are you ready?
Carrie and Chip, Greg, head coach at Calvary Christian, for not showing up and putting his senior pitcher J.C. Von Sherbrook in the controls here. So, J.C., your team lost 3 starters from last year, including the 2018 Division III Player of the Year in Olivia Palasek. And you also lost Savannah Schwartz. How's the team going to cope with trying to replace those 2 especially?
Yeah, it's going to be hard. We're definitely miss them for sure. But it's a good thing we got Chip and Carrie to come in, hopefully get some of the new players to step up and take their spots.
How many, everybody, for those that don't know, Calvary's a, pretty small school.
Yeah.
What's the reception been as far as Chip and Carrie being able to get out into the system and try to recruit some players from the school system to play?
Yeah, it's mostly us players. We're trying to get new kids to come, and it's a struggle, but we're making it work.
What numbers you have so far, you think? About how
we
many
have
girls?
about 12.
Well, it's a start.
Yeah.
Do you have any basketball players possibly coming?
Well, actually, our girls seem to have a basketball team this year.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
First year.
That's I think it's one of the things that a lot of I know for many years before Silver Grove shut down, they didn't have a softball team.
Right.
Same for Heritage Academy.
Yeah.
For years they had softball, and then they just didn't have enough girls to fill out a team.
Yeah.
So, what are your? I know you play. Who you play travel ball for?
I play for. I play in Lexington for Fusion.
So, do you have any other girls from the area that are on the same team with you?
Nope. I play. Pretty much everybody I play with is from Lexington. Or Louisville, Lexington, Louisville.
Lexington, Louisville. What schools do they go down there? Any of the big schools down there that some of those kids go to?
I'm trying to think. Madison Southern.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm trying to remember Lafayette. Or
Lafayette,
something like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I don't know. I can't remember them all.
Yeah. So, are you your aspirations to play after high school, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely want to play after high school.
Yeah, and any thoughts on where?
I'm really like Transylvania University right now, and I like Bellarmine University. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know yet.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Both good schools.
Yep.
Both good schools. What are you thinking you might want to study?
Chemistry.
Oh, wow.
I want to go into pre-dental. So after, I want to go to dental school.
Go to dental school
Yep.
after. Okay. Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you.
Chemistry. I was not good at chemistry. I thought I wanted to be a doctor until I took chemistry class, and then I was done being a doctor.
Funny.
Yeah. But my oldest daughter is going to med school, so
Okay.
So yeah, she likes it. She just had a chemistry class, so
Yeah. Chemistry is my favorite.
yeah. Gosh, I don't know how.
So you guys, besides yourself, do you have any other pitchers in the program?
We have Oriana. She is a 8th grader. So I think she'll get into some games.
Because looking back at last year, I saw that you did the bulk of the pitching, and
Yep.
then Oriana had a couple games, and so did Olivia. That's I never thought I never would have thought Olivia would be a pitcher.
Yeah, I think she pitched maybe 1 or 2.
So what you guys do you know anything about your schedule for this year?
Yeah, we're playing some teams that we haven't played in the past. So I think that'll be interesting to see. I think it's more competitive this year.
Yeah, let's trying to pull up your schedule here.
I think our second game is in CC.
Well, me and Rob both go way back with Chip.
Yeah.
We both worked together. We both got a job at a hospital. They got us they specifically hired us just so we could play on their softball team, and then after that we played together. So, yeah, it looks like you got a second game of the year, first game of the year against Nicholas County. I think
they're in our region.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're in the 10th region.
Yeah, good team.
Mm-hmm.
So no, you always look at some of the the smaller schools, and they're it just depends on the numbers how they're going to schedule. But knowing Chip, he's not going to shy away from anybody. But at the same time, I don't think he's going to go and try to play a murderer's row when he doesn't have the bodies to be able to do something like that.
Yeah.
But, so how many practices have you been able to get many practices in so far this year?
We've gotten in the gym quite a few times for the past couple weeks. We have to work around basketball schedule. And then we've also been going over to Chip's house to practice too. So we've been getting practice in that way.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Chip Craig is a former pitching coach. Well, he was pitching coach. He did it all at NKU for over 10 years.
Yeah, it was a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Chip's a character.
Yes,
in a way,
indeed.
thank God he's not here. We'd be talking still.
Yeah, we were worried what paths he would take us down.
That's exactly. Yeah, exactly. Before we started, that's the first thing me and Rob said. What path is Chip going to take us down?
Today.
We're not going to be talking about girls softball. We're going to be talking about men's slow pitch.
That's funny.
Yeah, so you can let him know that.
Yeah.
But no, good luck this season, and hope everything works out.
Yeah,
for
thank you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Now I get to welcome in my former 1984 Newcath classmate, the head coach at Scott, Lisa Brewer.
How's it going?
All right. Who'd you bring with you?
Morgan Chalk. She's our catcher, sophomore.
Yes, I got her here on my list. 25 hits, 16 RBIs, 362 last year as a freshman. Not bad.
Nope.
Not bad at all. So, you graduated too, so you more or less have most of your team back.
Mm-hmm.
What are some key holes that you got to fill?
I don't think really we have any holes. We have 9 returners coming back, and or actually, I'm sorry, 8 returners coming back, 8 starters, and we have some young pitchers that are throwing the heat right now in practices. So, being consistent, and we're looking pretty good early, I think.
Good deal. Good.
Yeah.
How young are the pitchers?
Freshman, 8th grader, and then we have a 7th grader.
Yeah, it's a nice luxury to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
Definitely is.
Yeah.
It's we've been talking to most everybody. When Craig was in here from Ryle, I think he said he's got 5 or 6 pitchers, from 7th grade on up. And it's just a matter of being able to get those girls, especially the younger ones, acclimated to, being able to. First, you're just happy if they can get the ball over the plate. You're not worried
Right.
about speed.
Right.
Exactly.
You just want some accuracy. Go out there, let them hit it. You've got fielders behind you.
And that's what we keep telling them. And the 2 that we have, they pitched some JV last year, so they'll be able to step up and help us out. And our defense should be pretty solid, hopefully, this year. So everybody is back in their position, and we have a young catcher who hopefully she'll be able to take over the reins, and we can put this one back out in the outfield.
So what are your numbers like for the total, the whole program?
We have 19.
19.
Yeah.
How many years have you been there? I think the last time we talked, it's been a while.
It's my 21st year at
That
Scott.
is awesome. Good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still loving it, huh?
I still do.
Yeah.
It's my 19th year being the head coach, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Good for you.
So, yeah.
I was hoping to have Tina up here.
Oh, yeah.
For those that don't know, I hired one of my classmates, Tina Sizemore, Tina Moeller, when she was in high school with me and Lisa. And Lisa and Tina were both on the Newcath softball team. The state runners-up in your junior year and
Yep.
state champs senior year.
Nice. Yeah.
But so no, it's it's always I think you have probably one of the finest facilities, as far as the stadium, or the fields, and I'd love to have your field house. I mean,
Field house,
it's almost as good as what Highlands has, but it's now how often do you get to use that?
Everybody says that.
Well, we have to compete with archery, football, baseball, and then us.
Oh, wait a minute. It's not football season, so how do they take over when softball's in season?
Because they do their lifting.
Yeah.
Title IX?
Yeah, well, they think it's theirs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, but we do the best we can, and we're fortunate enough that we have the football field that is turf. So, when it's nice enough, we can go out there and practice on the turf.
Well, I remember last year we were our scrimmage game. We were going to go out there at first, but you guys got the field ready in time.
Yeah,
that was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's nice having that turf football field.
It is. It's definitely nice.
And lights, to be able to do those things and get some time in. I mean, on a football field, you can almost scrimmage and do those things too, and get to see some live hitting or live pitching and live hitting and stuff like that. So what's your expectations this year? I know you said you got a lot of girls back, and I'm sure they're excited and ready to go. So what are you guys looking to do this year?
Obviously, the first thing we want to do is have more wins than we did last year. I think we ended up with 8 total. What's your stats there, Mark?
Well, that's last year's. No.
And we would love to win the districts.
Yeah.
And then obviously go on and play in the regional tournament and win at least one game there.
Yeah. Good.
So.
Yeah.
8 and 18.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we were in the same boat too.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and I always tell the girls that, for me, it really doesn't matter what our win-loss record is. If we get better every single day and we accomplish the goals that we set for ourselves, then that's what's the most important, because you can go, 20-1 and lose that first game of the district and you're done.
Doesn't matter.
So, that point in time you're 0-0, so it really doesn't matter.
Right.
So.
And we've talked about that many times is even, who was it? Cooper. Cooper was 18 and 18, right? And played a great schedule, but they still felt that season was successful because they had some good wins. They had some learning experiences, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he even said, he made the comment of, if you finish 500, you probably scheduled pretty good, right? You played good competition. You didn't shy, and you're prepared when you go into championship play. So that's exactly what we've been having this conversation with a bunch of the coaches as it comes in. And, to your point, the 20-1 season has a good banquet, but if you lose your first game in the district, it doesn't matter how good your record was.
Well, and that can also work both ways. Because,
Right.
I mean, you look last year with Boone County. Andy had they'd only lost. They were 23-3 going into the districts playing a 4 seed, and they get one hit.
Right, one hit. Yep.
And they get knocked out of they don't make it even to the regional tournament. So. More times than not, it's what you're saying, but every once in a while, you can have a great team with a great record, and you just get snake bit on that one day.
Yeah.
But it only takes that one loss to send you home, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep.
So no, I was, what you just said. I told the same thing to my parents and the girls when I had a parent meeting. I said, winning is, Tina even said, she goes, winning is everything, and I said, I agree, but at the same time, as long as there's improvement from day to day, game to game, everything else will fall into place.
Right.
Even if it's not the wins, just as long as there's that improvement from game to game, that's all we're, that's as coaches, that's
And the
all
wins
you
will
want. All that other stuff, that stuff will come with it.
Right.
But no, it's we were talking about how many of the coaches they're coaching at their alma mater and why they do it. And, it's not only that, but what you've been at a school that you have no ties to, but you've created those ties and you're doing it for all the right reasons, and that's to be commended.
Well, thank you.
So who's your favorite team to play against? Who do you like playing against?
I'd have to say Campbell County.
Campbell, yeah.
Yeah.
So talk about your district. So your district is Campbell,
Brossard, and Calvary.
right?
Yes.
So you talked about wanting to win the district.
Mhm.
Do you think you can get that this year?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got a nice, solid team this year.
Yeah, yeah, and I know Jessica Verse. We were talking about Jessica Verse moves on, so that helps everybody in that district. Walsh, yeah. Jessica Verse is.
She's coaching for you.
Yeah, she's coaching for me. Sorry, Jess. But Jessica Walsh moving on helps the region and your district, right? It makes it a little bit more fair because she was blistering everybody last year. But so now you know hopeful that you can get them right.
Yep. We're hoping.
Yeah. Well, good deal. That's awesome.
Yeah, that would have been something to have to face her.
Yeah.
It was never pretty.
Yeah. Oh, she got all of us last year. I think.
No, that's we were talking earlier. All the beginning of the season, that's all I kept hearing. People telling me, "Man, you got to see this." I mean, she's just throwing gas. And I'm like, she didn't even pitch last year.
Pitch. I didn't even know she was a pitcher until they said that's who was pitching for her.
So of course I go out and see one game when we had an off day and got done with practice early, and I saw her throw a couple, and I'm like, she's easily hitting mid-60s consistently. I mean, she was throwing gas, and her stats showed it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's always nice when you don't have to face a pitcher, especially if it's in your own district.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, good luck this season, and thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Lisa.
Thanks.
Take care.
Well, you got a nice team.
I fell into it.
I like how you walk
Playing. I was playing.
We got anybody from Grant County here? All right. It looks like Williamstown.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you all?
We have Coach Allie Rich, and who'd you bring with you?
Got Delaney Kemper, our senior infielder and pitcher.
And she's only been doing it for 5 years or so. She's like, we had Jeff Morgan in earlier talking about, his four juniors this year, that this will be their 7th year in the varsity lineup. And most of them have been starting since 5th grade. I mean, and I think Delaney, you've been starting, since 8th grade maybe?
5th grade. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't think you were in that group with the Simon Kenton girls, but unfortunately we don't get to play that often.
Right.
And you guys never were. You guys joined the association just a couple years ago, especially when your dad was the head coach. So you guys, you lost looks like 2 players last year to graduation. Catcher and shortstop Caitlin Peer and Alyssa Wilson. Now, did both of them do catching?
Alyssa caught, and then Kaylin caught some in her previous years, but she mostly played third for us last year and some second base.
So then you got to find somebody to
to work on
fill
her
in that
infielder.
spot, because I'm sure she's handling most of the pitching duties.
She'll do some of the pitching. We have a couple younger girls who've been working a lot this summer. Lauren Cleveland is a freshman, and then we have a couple middle schoolers that are working as well. But yeah, Delaney will do some pitching for us, but also we'll be playing a lot of infield.
And looking back at last season for Delaney, 37 hits, 35 RBIs, 16 doubles, 6 home runs, .463 average. Pretty impressive.
Nice, yeah.
Pretty impressive. And then to go along with that, you got another senior, Tabby Jordan, who was hit over 340, and then 2 juniors, Emily Taylor, 38 hits, 38 runs, 548 average, or 458, and then Destiny Taylor. So you've got quite a nice foundation there,
Mhm.
and then bringing up some younger girls
Yeah.
to take over and fill some holes.
Absolutely. Got a good team, good program.
Yeah. What kind of numbers do you have this year?
We have 22 on our roster for JV and varsity.
Yep.
So we've been working hard in the gym.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, as everybody's in the gym right now,
Everybody
but
is, yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
everybody deals with that. But yeah, we've been working hard. We're going to be we're gonna have a good program. We're looking stout defensively.
Yeah.
And we're working a lot on our mental game and
Yeah.
trying to get them to focus more on that and improving every day rather than just what's my batting average, what are the stats, because it goes a lot farther than that.
Yeah.
So that's what we've been working on. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah. Delaney, where do you play when you don't pitch?
Third.
Third?
Mhm.
Okay. And you've been there forever, so how many coaches have you had in that time frame?
I think 3 or 4.
3 or 4,
Yeah.
yeah. And adjusting to each one,
Yeah.
is that tough?
Yeah, each one is different and how they do things. So,
Yeah.
Now, who was there before your dad?
I think that was Katie McClafferty.
Okay, because after your dad, it was Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coaches.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if you've been there that long, I understand why your dad had to step down. But no, you're looking at last year, first team all Division III. You had Delaney. I think that's her 3rd year in a row, and then Emily Taylor. But also you had shortstop Destiny Wallace. That was on the Gold Glove team. As a shortstop, 87 chances and only had 2 errors. That's
She's a great player.
That's a nice,
Yeah,
nice
pretty
to
good.
have. Especially younger girls.
Right.
So who's some of your? What's we were talking with Jeff, Simon Kenton, and Mike Knotts who Walton Verona. You guys, even though you're maybe 30 minutes away,
Sure.
you still have to play some of those 8th region teams.
Mhm.
The Oldhams, the Trumbull County. Those are some far drives, even for you guys.
Right.
For us in this neck of the woods, a drive to Campbell County, which is 15 minutes, seems like an eternity.
Right.
I can't imagine you guys, or even like Jeff was telling us, it takes almost an hour to get to the Oldham counties or
Mhm.
Trumbull County.
Right. Carroll.
How do you differentiate between whether or not you want to take your JV team on those long trips, because it's a long drive down there.
Right.
If your game goes into extra innings, or it's an exceptionally long 7-inning game,
Sure.
especially on a weeknight, those kids playing JV aren't going to be leaving till 10:15 possibly, and then you got another hour to get back to school.
Right. And we saw that a lot last season. What we would do, we would, go with the plans to play, depending on weather and how long the games got, in the varsity game. And then if there were lights, we would kind of just play it by ear. We tried to play as much as we could because we want to make sure and give, our JV players the opportunity to come out and, play, get their feet wet, see how things go. But it's kind of a play it by ear situation. But most of the time we plan on at least trying to play a few innings of JV on those long nights.
Yeah, it's always a challenge to get the JV. They practice and work as hard as everybody, right? And lights are a big key, and the travel time's a big key. But it's how do you get those kids rewarded for their hard work? And it's always a challenge.
It is. Keep them encouraged and motivated.
So where are you looking to play beyond high school?
Yeah, I signed to play at Thomas More.
Did you ask that before? I didn't.
Nope.
I couldn't remember.
Nope. But
Because
that answer's been you're going to be playing with a lot of Northern Kentucky kids,
Yeah.
because we had that before, and how good Thomas More does about staying local and keeping these kids around here. Well, we get to keep in touch with them and watch them play. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So were you? Did you get any offers from any other schools?
No, I know I wanted to stay local, so I just.
That's a good school.
Yeah.
Yeah, good school.
Now, who do you play summer ball for?
I actually play in South Carolina for the Palmetto Poison.
That's because Dad's down there, right?
Yeah, that's.
It makes it easier for him to get to games.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in talking with your dad, the last couple of years, especially when he had to step down because of taking that job. He's like he drives home every weekend to catch your games, and then he's driving back, and I'm like, that's dedication. So you got to give him an extra hug for all he's doing for you, because he's a good man. That's amazing that he does all that.
Yeah.
So how's the schedule look for this year?
It's looking good. Yeah, we've got so far about 28 games scheduled, I think. Pretty tough schedule, but I think that'll be good to push us, to get us ready for district play, with ultimately the end goal making it to the regional tournament this year, which we're very capable of doing.
Yeah.
We just have to
Who is your
believe we can.
district?
So it's us, Grant County, Simon Kenton, and Walton.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So.
That's a pretty good district.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Competitive, very competitive,
yeah.
but we're very capable and looking
That's one
forward
of
to it.
those, at times you don't want to be the 4th seed.
Right.
And at times you don't want, it doesn't matter if you're the 2 or
really
the
doesn't,
3.
yeah.
It's a lot
Those
like the
4 schools,
33rd, where
yeah.
it doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters where you
Obviously.
end up,
Right.
but I mean, either way, you're going to have a challenging game that first game.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 seed doesn't automatically get a
berth.
cupcake.
Right.
It's a dogfight through and through.
Yeah.
But no, so, well, good luck this season.
Yes, sir. Thank
you for coming.
Thanks for
Appreciate
having
it.
us.
Good
Thanks
luck.
for having
All
us.
right.
Appreciate it.
Couple familiar faces now.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
As we welcome in
Hey, how are ya?
Milt Horner, the head coach at Highlands, and senior Brittany Johnson.
Hey, Chris. How are you?
All right. Hi, Britt.
Hi.
Now, Britt's another one of, as all these girls are coming in, from Ashley Verse to Serena Paterno, Morgan Barnes at Newport. I think there was one other one besides Brittany, but they all played with my daughter, and I can remember all these girls being so small and just watching them grow up and
Brittany
and
still hasn't
progress.
grown too much.
That's
She's
right.
still small.
That's right. But no, it's nice to see you guys. So, Milt lost two seniors,
yes.
Michaela Brown, and obviously
Rachel.
one of the best that has ever played in Northern Kentucky, and Rachel Gabbard.
And by the way, she had a great first weekend. If you guys saw that, she had 6 hits and 5 RBIs in her first weekend playing for Mount St. Joe. So she had a great,
Just
great
a hitter,
first,
man.
great
She's
first
a hitter.
weekend.
Just to recap, Rachel, her senior season, 41 hits, 39 RBIs, 506 average. She was the 2017 Division II runner-up player of the year, in 2018 and 2019 Division II player of the year. So,
Well-deserved.
You've got that's a big hole to fill right there.
That's a big hole, no question.
So, who do you got to take that spot?
Well, we have a number of girls that hopefully can help fill some of that. I'm not sure anybody's going to take over exactly what she's doing, but we do have a number of girls that, because we have 12 girls coming back that actually started a game at some point in time last year.
Yeah.
So we do have a lot of experience coming back. We have we have 6 seniors. One of them is hurt now for the season, but Britt's one of the 5 seniors that will be playing. Kendall hurt her arm down in that game at Bourbon, and she's had to have surgery, and she's out for the year.
Poor thing.
And we've since had 2 more elbow surgeries already.
Yeah.
So of my 16 varsity players right now, we have 3 with elbow surgeries, 1 with a wrist and a cast, and 1 with a concussion from basketball. So
It sounds like
Great
Highland
start.
softball is playing football or something.
Yeah, we're off to kind of a crazy start, but I think hopefully we'll get some of them back as the year progresses. Well, one thing I did want to mention about Britt is she's decided to join the Navy after she graduates. So she's going to go serve our country, and she's worked really, really hard to get ready for her Navy adventure. And I think that's going to help her in softball too, because she's by far in the best shape I've ever seen her in. So,
well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job.
And one of the toughest kids I've ever met too. So the Navy's getting a good one in that,
oh,
in
absolutely.
that aspect right
I couldn't
there.
be more proud of her for
Yeah,
that commitment that she's made.
So, throughout the whole day, pitching has always been one of the, the keys, especially in Northern Kentucky, and you've got 3 solid pitchers, I would say.
Yep.
In freshman Kennedy Bione and Carly Kramer, and then sophomore Gracie Schlosser. And, these girls have had 2-3 years of varsity pitching experience already. And, it's a nice thing, nice luxury to have.
It is. 2 of them right now can't pitch because they're hurt, but we'll see. Hopefully, like I said, by that time we get back from spring break, we'll have our full complement. But you're exactly right, Chris. That's quite a luxury. First time that we've ever had that kind of situation where we had that kind of experience coming back.
Yep.
Pitching, especially young pitching.
Oh yeah, it's nice, to be able to really not worry. But do you have, besides those 3, what's the 7th and 8th grade classes?
Well, we actually
pitching wise.
We actually have an 8th grade. We have 2 8th grade pitchers. One of them is Bailey Marcus, who is on the varsity team, and Caroline Thaler was our pitcher for the freshman team last year as an 8th grader. So we do have we have 5. We have 6 pitchers in the program. So we have another sophomore who's actually improved a lot. Kim has really come on, taken a lot of lessons, and will definitely be our JV pitcher this year, and probably at the beginning pitch some varsity for us as well.
Yeah, so I know a little bit about your team.
Just a little bit.
So I know that, over the years, depth has been created, right? And there's a lot, and we've talked a lot about, young kids coming in now to these programs and making an impact, right, pretty soon. So how do you, and I know that you when we all deal with that, but how do you deal with that, those young kids and those older kids, and mesh them together and getting them unified, I guess?
Well, we've done kind of continued the off-season program that we'd been doing, kind of expanded on a little bit because we knew we were going to have a lot of position battles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we've done a lot in the off-season. I heard you guys talking, we have the luxury of having access to the field house at least a good bit of the time, when the football team's not in there. So we've done a lot of that, and I think it's helped build some cohesion, and you can probably see it right in the younger girls.
Like the older girls kind of like show them like the ropes, and we like take them on and show them, hey, this is how this is done, and so they can take it on for the future.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So I think we're fortunate to have that, and we've taken advantage of it this year.
And we've talked a lot too. You guys got the football field too to go out and practice. I know you utilize that, and I know the staff in Highlands is good about allowing them to use the lights and things. So that's a real nice benefit that they provide up there for that. And then the batting cages inside the thing too. So have you got to get at the bird cage yet?
One time, yesterday. We were out there, actually yesterday. It was a little bit muddy to do a lot of we just did they saw some ground balls in the dirt for the first time. So.
Yeah, and we did too, and it's it's a whole new world coming off that grass versus the turf and grass and stuff than it is being on the dirt. So was it good to get out yesterday?
Oh, it was amazing. I think everybody was happy just to be like finally like on the field and just like seeing it put together too.
Yeah. So what are for your senior season, what are your aspirations for the team? I know you guys got a good one, right? And so what are your hopes for coming through districts and regions and all that?
Well, I think this year we all have like one goal, and we want to get to Lexington.
Mm-hmm.
So we've all been working really hard, and it really shows.
Yeah. And not that I saw the preseason ranking, right? I'm probably more shocked than anybody because I know what's there, so maybe I know too much that's there, and so I think it came in sixth. I look at the teams in front of you, and you beat every one of them last year. Only lost one senior, so and I know you guys know you got the talent to do it. And so I'm always there with you guys and always rooting and watching. But how do you plan to overcome that ranking and stay unified and do that and win that region and get back there to get to Lexington?
Well, I think that it shows like the way we work, and like we're just ready to prove it
Yeah.
because like, I mean, it's an insult. We're ready for revenge.
Right.
So.
Right. And I'm glad, and I wouldn't have expected anything less out of the fighter that you are with, taking it as an insult or whatever, because I do think that, the talent-wise, you guys got it there, and I was really surprised to see that.
And that's fine. I mean, preseason
Right.
is, you and I have talked about that a bunch of times. Preseason is
Yep.
preseason. We'll see where we stand at the end.
Right. Well, and to your point, I think 2 times that we won the region together, we were ranked 5th or 6th,
Right.
going into the preseason.
Well, and as Chris said, I mean, Gracie has pitched fantastic in the last 2 regional tournaments.
Right.
And she's a sophomore.
Right.
Right. I mean, she shut down 2 of the very best pitchers in Northern Kentucky in the last 2 years.
Right.
So I feel very confident that as long as we're healthy when we get to the end,
Yep.
we have a couple seniors. We've got, I actually added this up earlier, our top 3 hitters in the lineup hit a combined 420 with a 480 on-base percentage last year, and they're all 3 back.
Yep.
Stole 56 out of 57 bases.
Right.
So, I mean, we can get on base.
Yep.
Now we got to get some other girls to drive them in.
Yeah, and I know, like, Carly Kramer, right, came around at the
Yes.
end of last year, and she can start to help fill some of those RBIs that you're going to miss with Rachel, and I know Rachel was a huge asset in driving in runs last year, but you have that depth to be able to fill those spots.
Yeah, Rachel is just such a unique talent.
Yeah.
I mean, she could hit anything, anywhere. I mean, you saw that a bunch. It didn't matter where you pitched her. I think she struck out 2 times in.
Unless you hit her, right?
Yeah. I think she struck out 2 times in 100 at bats last year, something crazy like that. You just couldn't get her out.
Yeah.
So we don't have that exact talent, but I think Michelle Barth has been stinging the heck out of the ball in all the preseason stuff. Kerrigan's been hitting the ball really well. We made some adjustments with Britt's swing, and she's hitting the ball as well as I've ever seen her hit it.
Yeah.
And once we get the basketball players and the dancer back,
Oh, yeah, the dancer, the
we have a
dancer.
girl that's competing in the high school nationals in Orlando the first week of March. So we won't actually have our full team until something like March 9th.
Yeah, and she's a big one too. She's a key player.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I, over the summer watching in some of the tournaments up at our place, watching Carly Kramer, and you think that she's an 8th grader and she's almost as tall as I am.
She's 5'11". She's 5'11",
5'11".
and she's starting to figure out how good she can be. I think.
Yeah, it's
We
pretty
agree.
sickening. It's pretty sickening, especially since Mom's a Newcath grad. So, we've. How long is it that you've been associated with the Highland?
Well, actually,
because before Rob was the head coach, your daughter Jessica was the head coach, and you had been there.
This is the 20th year of Highland softball, so we're actually going to do a game where we honor the alumni. I've already sent a note out to all of them, and we're gonna do that.
That's awesome.
And I've been there for all 20 years, so it's been a long journey. It's been fun. I have obviously still enjoy it, or I wouldn't still be doing it.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking, some of the other, I don't know if you were in here when we were talking to some of the coaches that are coaching at their alma mater. We're not doing it for these, 6-figure paychecks.
Right.
And, we're not doing it for all the glory that, we're getting right here. We do it for the kids.
Yep.
We do it
Absolutely.
because we love doing it, or we wouldn't be doing it, period.
Yep.
So no, it's, hats, tip of the hat to you for all the time and effort you put in, because, I come up there when we have off days or, not playing, and, I see you're the first one out there working on the field.
Always at the field. That's the way you find him.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I do. I kind of do some of the same things.
I know
that
you
ours,
are, Chris.
but we're doing it because we enjoy it,
Yep.
and we do it for the kids. So, tip of the cap to you. And
I look at softball. We've talked about it 100 times. just about every other sport, you can roll the ball out on the
Right.
field and you can start playing. It's a whole different world with softball
Absolutely.
and baseball. So
Absolutely.
you got to have those guys that do that, and take that under their wing.
Fortunately, I've got a couple coaches that are helping, a couple parents that are helping. We got the field basically set up yesterday with a couple parents and a couple players. So we probably could have played a game there yesterday.
Yeah.
I got a couple of my players back there. I was up at our field yesterday, and I was thinking, man, it'd be nice to be out here practicing. The sun was out. I walked on the field. I said, I'm glad I didn't call for a practice because it was mushy.
It was a little mushy, but we were able to get some stuff done. With a little bit of work, I think we could have gotten it ready.
I could have took you guys out to the grass. All right. Well, good luck this
All right.
season.
Thank you.
for coming. Appreciate the time.
And thank you guys for doing this. It's really good to help promote softball.
Oh, we got to
in
thank
Kentucky.
Prep Spins for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we're almost done, folks.
On the home stretch.
This is a 5-hour marathon, boys.
I know it.
Well,
I
we're
know
supposed
it.
to get over about like 5:10, so we're almost there.
We're getting there.
We just got two more to go after this.
Appreciate it. How are you, hon?
So we're welcoming in the head coach at Holy Cross, Mr. Rick Pengal, and he's brought his daughter Kayla with him. So, you guys also lost quite a bit to graduation last year.
Yeah, we're in the
How
same,
are you going to fill those roles?
Same boat as a few other schools. We've lost 5 starting seniors, so we're looking at every option we have with all the girls we have. We're down numbers this year. We're at 15, so a lot of them don't have varsity experience. So it's going to be work for us.
Yeah.
But
Another small school, though. I mean, we've talked about that a lot today. Is sharing the athletes and getting the numbers. It's tough at the small schools to do that these days with all the conflicts and the AAU basketball and the soccer and the volleyball that we have to compete against. So, having 15, it sounds like a small number, but at least you got a squad, right?
Yeah. The 15 have been working hard, so we'll continue to play the same schedule we've played over the years, and challenge the girls. And we've got 7 pitchers we're working out right now.
Wow.
Only 2 with real game experience, so 5 that are we're developing, and just try to get them as much time on the field as we can, so that they can. And the good thing is the 4 of them are freshmen.
Yeah.
So they can only grow and get better. Each year. So
good.
Looking for a future.
Yeah. What year are you now? Junior. It feels like you've been around forever. Yeah.
Well, yes, to say, you look at the names that they lost from last year, and Caitlin Turner and Sparling and Maddie Hyde. They've been there probably since 7th grade.
Yeah, since
on the varsity.
6th, 7th grade. Yeah, on the varsity teams.
Yeah.
Big shoes to fill. All 5 of them that we lost.
Well, your daughter had a nice season last year as a sophomore. 27 hits, 28 runs, 14 of 14 from steals,
Stolen bases.
and 415 batting average. But another one, I think I've told you this in the past. I love the hustle and just the way that she plays in Bella Young. 19 hits, 29 RBIs, 338 average. 12 of her 19 hits were for extra bases last year.
Yeah, she's got good power. And she's been working as well. She's part of that Reds Urban Youth program in the summertime now, so she gets a lot of game experience and stuff, and swings.
Yeah.
So
nice.
So yeah, with her, Kaylee Thomas, and then Kaylee here, those are basically our returning starters. So then we're looking to fill the rest, which is going to be tough.
You're not the only coach that has said that today. We all.
Let's put it this way: he's not in that situation.
Correct.
Right. But that's high school, right? I mean, you get. I remember who it was. Somebody earlier today. You get maybe Craig, but you get groups of classes, right? That you get 4, 5, 6 kids out of. Then you get 2 that you get maybe 1 or 2 kids out of, and so it's just flows. You can't go out and recruit kids, right? So you take what you got. Some years you have 25, some years you have 15.
Yeah, we've got the three seniors. Christina Weller, who's done some pitching for us, a lot of JV pitching last year, filled in some varsity games, so she'll get the the brunt of the work as long as she stays healthy and,
Right.
and gets us over the strike zone. Katie Tukey kind of went back and forth between varsity and JV last year. Nice little middle infielder that we'll have there. And then Kristen Robbins has been fighting kidney disease for the last probably most of all her life. So she's not healthy right now, but waiting on trying to get a kidney. So we pray for her, and we're going to kind of play this season out for her, and we'll have a patch on our sleeve for her this year. So she'll fill in as a good team manager for us and root us along.
So she's sticking around, going to do what she can. Good for her.
She
Good
will.
for her.
She will. And then the rest of her team is, we brought on some good we got a lot of freshmen. Only looking at 1 8th grader right now. And then our junior class is our biggest class as far as the numbers. So just want to try and get them ready to go and put them on the field.
So as a coach that's coached his daughter, how's it playing for Dad?
Good.
Yeah. Any button heads on the car rides home or anything?
Her answers.
Little bit.
Little bit, yeah. I've been there with both of my daughters, and I know he's had his daughters too. So it's not easy, but and the only reason is because he expects more out of you, right? I mean, he's not gonna. And the other thing too is that daughters typically don't get any favors, right? They don't get any slack. Well,
I can tell you, going through this with two sons. They took
I'm
took
sure
most of the
the
damage.
first,
I've
right.
mellowed out a lot since
Right.
then, but she still does get a little bit.
Well, hey, we talked about this a couple years ago on the same show. Coaching our daughters and how you handle those ride homes, and I think you brought up the 24 rule.
Right.
You don't talk about the bad stuff. If it's the good stuff, you can bring that up. There's no problem. But they made an error. They did something they weren't supposed to do. Just let it go. We'll wait and talk about it the next day. So the heads aren't so hot about things. Everybody's calmed down.
I've kind of gotten into a habit. I'm on a camera on the fence, so I get to record a lot of the games, and so I've gotten a habit of just let things go. A day or so, I watch the video, and then she gets brought over and she gets to see a lot of here's what I was talking about. So I try to use football, basketball, they studied video. Softball, you don't hear it. So I try to incorporate that into some of our things to teach the girls.
Yeah, and we were talking about that earlier, and doing classroom and video watching and how valuable that is, and a lot of people don't do that. And I don't do it I did it for basketball when I coached basketball for a long time, but I'd never carried it over to softball. So I agree that when you can see, I do think girls learn visually better than boys. A lot of times can pick things up and have instincts and things like that, but girls tend to learn visually better. So I think that's a huge tool to use.
Well, the best part about that is you're able to slow down and you can critique every part of the play. A couple of my players out there, I send them video from the NCAA Twitter feed, home runs or diving catches where, they'll show it in real speed and then they'll show the slow motion replay. And it's like, just watch this, pick up little nuances of this. I'm not expecting you to learn everything, but if you could just pick up little parts of this, you could relate that out on the field at some time.
Yeah, after every practice, I tell the girls, go home, pick up a video. If you're looking at some of the things I told you to work on today, find a video. There's tons of videos out there that you can. If you're not picking it up from me showing you, watch these videos and you'll be able to hopefully.
Yeah, I think it's a great tool. We have that luxury of having Google, right? And no reason not to use it.
There's a ton of stuff out there for us now. She's big into it. She'll do a lot of that. She's a video herself. I'm sitting at work one day and all of a sudden during the summers I get a video sent to me. She's hitting off the tee. What am I doing? What am I doing wrong?
That's great.
So I like when she's doing it. She works hard. She's 3 days a week up at the Urban Youth Academy working out, doing the strength, agility, and stuff like that. She's been doing that all since October last year. So try to get most of our girls to go up there. It's a big commitment for them to do it, but being a part of that family up there has been huge for us. So.
Good deal.
That's good. Well, good luck this season.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck,
Thanks for
hon.
coming.
All right.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks,
Take care.
Thank you.
you.
All right, let's bring up those Pendleton County girls.
All right. Hi, girl. Oh, yeah. Pull this one. I brought 3. I'm going to hoard it.
All right, girls, make sure you speak into the microphone. All right. So, who'd you bring with you?
Oh, man.
I can recognize them, but
yeah, yeah. So I brought some underclassmen today. We have a senior and a couple juniors that are still playing basketball. That definitely deserve to be here as well. But I brought Kyla Richardson. I brought Reagan Carlisle and Kaylee Bruner with me today. Kaylee is our starting pitcher and utility player, can play pretty much anywhere we need. Actually, all 3 of these girls can play pretty much anywhere. We probably wouldn't catch them, but I bet they would. I bet they would if I asked them. But they can play pretty much anywhere. Kylie is also a pitcher and middle infielder, corners anywhere, and then Reagan is typically a middle infielder. Maybe a little bit of outfield for college level, but we'll see about that. But all great kids.
Before we started today, and even yesterday when I was talking to you, you fell into a beautiful situation with, you got 10 returning starters more or less.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you got what? She's a sophomore this year, and these 2 are freshmen.
Yeah.
And they were key players last year. It was 2 8th graders and a freshman. I mean, it's, you don't walk into that. And heck, besides that, with Maddie Musk and Avery Himes, who were 7th graders starters last year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you definitely, it's a nice thing. It's a nice luxury to have, that young a talent that, these girls are that good.
Yeah.
Now, all 3 of you play competitive travel ball, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So who do you play for?
SoCal Athletics.
Where are they out of?
It's based in California, the organization, but our team is based out of Ohio and Indiana.
Southern Forest, based out of Alabama.
Southern Forest, based out of Lexington, Alabama.
Right. And this is just 3 of them, right? So,
right.
I mean, we got kids on the Bandits, we got kids playing all over the place. I mean, what I didn't realize is, to your point, I mean, they return, 8 or 9 starters, but I didn't realize how much depth was there as well. I mean, it's not just those 8 or 9 that we're getting back. It's kids, 8th, 7th, 8th, 9th graders that, in my opinion, will be playing and probably starting for a lot of Northern Kentucky teams, and that's what's going to make us competitive, is those kids pushing these guys every day in practice. I just look at it, and I mean, we got 3 or 4 good pitchers. We got we got 4 catchers. A couple of them, one of them's hurt. You got a 7th grader last year that hit 8 or 9 home runs, right? That's an 8th grader now. So I mean, it's just we go to practice and we have 14, 16, 18 kids there, and I'll go, okay, it's time to break it down. Where's my seniors? None of them are here. Where's my juniors? None of them are here. Well, I got 16 kids and not one junior or senior there yet.
Well, who besides Sam, who's your other? Do you have any other seniors?
Yes, we have. I'm not gonna. Nevaeh Shabazz, who first year playing softball. She wanted to come out and give it a shot, and so she's a great. She always got a smile on her face. Always fun to be around. Kind of knows her role,
Right.
and just wants to be around the team. So that's our other senior. Then we have a couple juniors, Sydney Manor and Carly Prater, right?
Prater. Yeah.
Prater.
Yeah.
I always call her Prater. And then then we get pretty young.
Maggie and Olivia.
Yeah, yep. I forgot about Olivia Verse. How do you forget about Liv? And then you got Maggie Brueggemann. Am I just butchering all these names?
Yeah.
I'm not a name guy. And on my behalf, I haven't even seen them yet. So other than at a parent meeting yet. So I'm killing the names. I apologize, ladies, but anyway, I got all those girls coming. After basketball, we have 5 basketball players that we haven't even seen, on the field yet. So just you're right. Fell into a softball coach's dream down there. The fans and parents and community is crazy. We're calling it a softball school now. That's what our goal is, to make it a softball school, and I think they can do it. A lot of these kids were involved in the youth leagues with their parents, actually, kind of leading some of that stuff that has really, you're starting to see, you're starting to reap the benefits of that, where these kids start to filter in, and it's just the sky's the limit. I mean, the talent in the city and the schools go all the way down to 4th grade, and I know it's killing you right now, Chris, because I'm just putting it right in your face, because where your situation is right now is trying to get kids to play, but yeah, it's been a luxury. I've told these guys, and I think I've told you in this story before, but when we played these guys last year, I'll be honest, I didn't know if Pendleton was ready to play Highlands last year.
Right.
I knew they were really young, and I knew they had some really good talent coming up, and then by the time we played them, I was scared to death of them, because they were coming up here and beating all these teams that I knew were good teams. And after we played them, I said, you know what, if I ever left Highlands, man, I'd love to go down and coach those kids. The grit and the heart they play with, and they play hard, and pow, here it is. So.
Oh well, throughout the season, seeing stuff on, from talking to different coaches and that, and talking about how good they are. My daughter played with Sam first, another one of all these girls that have come in here that Megan has played with, but hearing about them, I'm like, I'm itching to go see one of these games. But every day that we'd have a game, we'd have practice. Well, luck would have it. One day I was able to get out to Campbell County and catch them. It wasn't until the districts, but my God, it was fun to watch. Yeah. I mean, and the best part about it was how young they were.
Yeah.
And they didn't play like 7th graders, 8th graders, or freshmen. I mean, they played like in a junior or senior with a ton of experience would play.
Right.
So no, you guys, tip of the cap to you guys for putting in the hard work. It's definitely paying off.
Yeah.
And then especially going watching that the sectional game out at Northern. I mean, you had a heck of a game pitching. I think you made one hell of a play at third base. I mean, that was unbelievable. So you guys, and then you had Olivia chasing fly balls down left and right. I mean, and I think last year she was a Division II runner-up player of the year.
Yeah.
You were on the first team. Who else? Were you on it, Reagan? All 5 girls that got nominated were either on the first team or the second team. So, and I don't think a lot of the the teams in our division got to play them, other than maybe Brossard.
Right.
But there was enough. You look at the numbers that were put up and all the talk about how good they were, and everybody was affirming that. And it showed with these guys being able to be, not only nominated but being voted, where they were.
Yeah.
It was worthy of their nomination and where they ended up being.
Right. Yeah, and they're great kids. I mean, that's the other thing that I learned really quick is they care about each other. They're good kids. They're dedicated. I mean, this poor kid had the flu last week and wanted to come out, and we had to tell her not. I had to tell her not to. I mean, they live it. They love it. They live it. They breathe it. It's that. And all these, I'll let these guys talk because I've recently pulled these guys aside and say, what's your goals? What's your aspirations? Not just now, but what do you want to do? And they all want to play at the next level. So you want to give them a little bit of a spiel about where would you like to go and what would you like to do?
I have a few schools that I'm interested in. I like Belmont, Transylvania, Moorhead, places kind of local. I want to stay within 5 hours of home.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I'm really focused on that, but I just got to make sure it works out with my major. I want to do either psychology or special education.
She's further than me. I don't even know what I want to go into.
Well, you're not the only one, and you're only she's a freshman, sophomore, freshman too. So remember, they're not. They've got time to think about that. So you can say I don't know what I want to do.
Yeah, I have no
I know
idea.
where you want to play, so tell them that.
Where you want to play?
My dream school's always been Kentucky, but I kind of want to stay close to home too, like Kylie, Moorhead, and KU. But the farthest one's UAB. UAB's campus was cool. I don't know. We were there during a soccer game, and it's like small town love. It's crazy.
Coming from a small section in Pendleton County, it's a good fit for you. Yeah, it'd be like,
my dream school is Tennessee, and I want to go into medical school.
But you would deal with UK, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Didn't you say you would deal with UK?
I would love UK.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
she always says UK or Tennessee, so
Yeah.
I want to make sure she gets the blue in there too.
Yeah, we don't like orange.
Well, and getting back, with more or less your whole varsity team and most of your JV playing travel ball. We talked about it yesterday when you were on your way down to practice. Up here in this section of Northern Kentucky, select soccer, club volleyball, AAU basketball are the big sports.
Yep.
And softball's kind of left to the side. Whereas down in Pendleton County, Bracken County, I've never heard of AAU basketball, or not AAU, but select soccer or club volleyball being these dominant sports. You got a little bit of basketball, but softball's you ask these kids what their favorite sport is, you're going to have softball.
And that rings true with us. So the girls that are, I'm getting ready to go into districts, but if my guess is that the girls that are playing basketball right now, the 5 girls that we have, if you ask them, they're going to tell you basketball or softball is probably their favorite sport too. So it is, and that's what's really cool. And these guys do have that desire to kind of leave that legacy that when they're done, it's a softball school, right? They want it. That's what they want it to be. They're kind of like we were talking with Sarah with Dixie. They want success for not just themselves, but their schools, their community. It is. It's that little tight knit group down there, and they have a lot of pride in it. I absolutely love. For me, it's a 35-minute drive every day. And every day I drive down there, I just think about how awesome it is once when you get down there and you just see this little town that just comes together, and these guys and their parents and the school is just so supportive of this group, and it's really cool to see.
And and getting back to being the first year head coach and having this much talent in your first year. It's like when we were talking yesterday, when you were at Highlands, when Haley was a senior, and the talent that they had.
Yep.
That was, for up here in this section of Northern Kentucky,
Right.
that was a ton of talent.
Yeah.
But it doesn't come close to what you have right now.
No, and a lot of it's the depth of the talent with
Right.
this, right? I mean, you got, we had 4 or 5.
You had seniors.
Yeah, I had 4 or 5 seniors that went, really good, really good kids and really good softball players. But I'm starting with a class that's almost, or a school that's almost as good as talented as that class, and they're only, we got 1 senior, So
you got 5 solid players that are sophomore or younger.
And below, right. Yeah. So and I don't want to, again, I haven't seen the basketball players that much, but I don't want to minimize them either, right? I mean, there's some really good. You got Liv Verse, you got Sid Manna, you got Sam Verse, you got Prater and
Burkart.
Thank you.
I know what it is.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I talked to them 1,000 times. I work with their mom, blah, 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 but I'm just not good with names. So, but I mean, I haven't even seen those kids. So, I look at these guys, and they're as talented as that class was that I had then, and so, and just these guys alone. So, I couldn't be more excited. I told him the other day, it's funny you bring that up, I told him the other day that I haven't been as excited about coaching a team as I was on that 2016 team when Haley was a senior and had all those groups. And they're just oozing with talent, and I can't wait to get a hold of them all at one time. So.
Well, the good thing is too, you got the young. A lot of times it's the younger kids pushing the older ones to get better. Well, it's going to be the opposite.
Yeah.
You've got to. It's a nice luxury to have.
It is, and these guys are still young. So I forget how young these guys are, but right on their heels, you got kids like Avery Himes and Gracie Smith and Madison Verse, the youngest Verse, and Logan Cooper. I mean, these kids are 7th and 8th graders that are literally could play for a lot of teams in Northern Kentucky, start for a lot of teams in Northern Kentucky that are pushing these guys. So, uber talented right here, but if they slack off a little bit a couple of years, you got those kids coming in that would love to take their shoes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
jealous. You're jealous. Just tell me you're jealous.
The other thing too is I don't envy you. It'd be nice to have it, but I'm tickled to death with the group that I have. Yeah. I have to replace 8 varsity starters with a bunch of JV players. But I know that those kids are willing to learn.
Yeah.
They're willing to learn as much as these guys with more experience.
Yeah.
And you take you just take all that energy and focus it on trying to make those kids better. Just just as much as you're trying to make these guys better than what they already are.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Right.
But no, it's it'll be fun. Hopefully I'll try to get over to the Brossard tournament if we're not playing, because I'd love to see you guys play again. I enjoyed watching in the regional tournament out of Campbell County, and the sectional game was. It was an exciting game. Some great defense. Especially, I loved your play.
Thank you.
Very good. But no, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. And have a good season. And look forward to hopefully catching a couple games.
All right. Thanks, girls.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Oh, 2 more. 2
Oh,
of them.
2 of them. Hi, girls.
All right. This is going to be it. That way William can be out of here before 6.
Go and get me some chili spaghetti. I guess you guys refer to it as 3 ways and 5 ways up here.
That's right. You got to get it while you're here.
I saw that tweet come out. Somebody was complaining about that with you. So, I have with me juniors Ava Haggis and Haley Myers. Ava has been a varsity starter since her freshman year. Haley got some varsity experience last year. The reason I brought both of these two, I didn't want to seem like I'm playing favorites, and it's not because nobody else was worthy, but Ava has the most varsity experience.
Yeah.
And with what Haley did last year, catching JV, playing some varsity outfield, second base, whatever we asked her to do, she was willing to do it. So, I felt that it was a reward for her for putting forth, the effort, doing whatever she was asked to do. Where you don't have to replace one starter, I'm replacing, I lose 7 seniors that were either, 4 of them were 4-year starters, 3 of them were 3-year starters, and 1 2-year.
Yep.
And then I also lose Bella Neal, who was, last year she transferred in from McNick, and unfortunately she transferred back to McNick this year.
Oh,
so,
no.
there's 8 players that I lose from last year, and, besides Ava, who was a varsity starter last year, freshman Kaylee Brooks, she did some pitching last year as an 8th grader. She was, kind of forced into the issue when our senior pitcher went down with a shoulder injury, and
right.
She was, I think she pitched the first 2 or 3 games, and then she was gone until probably the second to last week of the season.
Yeah.
So, we had to thrust in an 8th grader, and I would characterize the season that she had last year is just like when Haley Myers was an 8th grader. I'm sure you remember.
Oh, yeah.
Haley could throw gas, but you didn't know where it was going sometimes, unfortunately. And, not to, sound nasty about it, but, that's just, blatantly honest. She had some control issues.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Heck, being an 8th grader and getting thrust into that position,
Oh,
when
yeah.
you've got a heavily senior-oriented team,
Yep.
that's a lot of pressure on a kid,
lot of
whether
pressure.
she thinks so or not. So, yeah, and, I mean, I'm, besides, Ava's, let's see, last year she hit 357, and Kaylee, as an 8th grader, hit 356.
Nice.
But you take out Kaylee and Ava's, take them out of the lineup altogether, and everybody on my team this year has a total of 8 varsity hits between them all.
Oh my goodness.
So, I know we're not gonna win a lot of games.
Right.
They know that. Parents know that. I explained that when we had our player and parent meeting. I'm not expecting, miracles.
Right.
Let's be realistic. We're replacing a ton of players with girls that only got to see JV action last year. It's
Right.
going to be a whole different ball game for them. But, we've talked about this with all the other coaches, most of them. As long as there's that improvement from game to game, everything should fall into place afterward. It might not be this year.
Right.
I don't have any seniors this year.
Right.
I got 5 juniors, a handful of sophomores, but my freshman class, I think there's 7, and there's 7 athletes.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them do play travel ball. First time in a while that we've had, more than one kid play travel
Right.
ball. And as well as I, the more you play, the better you get.
Yeah.
And if they play fine, and, it is what it is.
Right.
But, the only thing I'm very disappointed in is I don't have any 8th graders, but I've got 4 solid 7th graders, and one of them's a left-handed pitcher, and we talked about it.
Yeah.
She's, your former assistant coach, she's seen her for lessons.
Yeah.
So, there's, the 7th grade class and the freshman class, very strong. There's a couple sophomores, we've had one that, didn't play last year, just came out. There's one just coming back from basketball. So, some of the new girls, that have come out, there's promise there.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't played before, but, we've had it in the past where we've had kids come out that have never played before, and
Right.
you kind of wonder, why are you doing this?
Yep.
To be honest.
Yeah.
But, even still, we're going to try to do the best that we can to make them into softball players. I can remember a couple years ago, we had a girl that, as I call it, threw like a girl. There was no step. She was throwing, just that girl threw.
Yeah.
And by the time she was senior, she made the all-region team.
Yeah.
So, it was nice to see that progression, and that's what we're going to do with these younger girls.
Yeah. It's the journey, right? I mean, that's what I can tell you is that you see progression, you see dedication, you're still learning the life lessons, right? You're still doing all this stuff that sports brings to you. And if you're not getting a lot of notches in the W column, that doesn't really mean you're not winning, right? As long as you guys are getting better every day and doing those things and following those leads and doing those things, that's really the measurement that you guys need to take right now, being so young, right? You guys got a lot of young kids, no seniors. I mean, there's just not, it's not that juniors and sophomores can't lead, but you just got, a lot of times those seniors can help carry through those tough times, and you don't even have any seniors to rely on, right? So you guys got to be tough and grow up really fast, right? And be those leaders, because you guys got that experience that a lot of your teammates don't have, right? So, and it is hard to stay motivated, when things aren't going your way, but you got to look at things that that are your goals that you can celebrate success, right? And you know, that's admirable. And you know, when he took the job, you know, I knew that, you know, we knew that you didn't have any seniors coming back, and you lost, you know, 6 or 7 other really good players. It's gonna be tough, right? So, but as a small school, it's what you deal with, and you admire the folks that put the time in and the kids that stick with it, because it's super admirable.
That's what I told, you know, when we had our player and parent meeting, you know, I told them, you know, the last thing I told them was, you know, in my bio that was on the school website, you know, I'm not worried about wins and losses or tournament titles. You know, I'm all about teaching the life lessons that, you know, you get through playing sports, like responsibility and teamwork and accountability and learning to fail and pick yourself back up, stuff like that. You know, and then everything else will fall into place.
Right.
And you know, the one thing that I was, you know, when we had fall workouts, you know, everybody that wasn't playing basketball or volleyball or soccer was there.
Yep.
You know, in the past we would get some
right.
that would want to do it, but you know, this group, you know, they were happy to be there.
That's
you know,
awesome.
and it was, you know, I enjoyed seeing that.
Yeah.
You know, I seen smiles on faces when they'd come.
Right.
You know, once basketball started, you know, those kids that played basketball went to basketball. Right. But you know, when we had our meeting, I told them, you know, first practice of the year, we're practicing at midnight.
Yeah.
You know,
how'd you guys like that? Was that you did Midnight Madness, right?
Yeah.
How'd you like that? Was it tough or was it fun?
It was late, so I was tired, but it was fun. It was a good way to kick off the season.
Yeah, I thought that he told me that the other day. I thought that was a pretty cool little idea. Yeah, we might have to do that next year.
Well, no,
it'll be on a it's Saturday or leap year.
I think there's a leap year, so that's
leap
gonna
year.
be
It might not be
on
just Sunday or Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think.
It was on a Saturday this year.
I told the 7th graders they get to do it one more time if I'm still around doing this.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, they did. You know, when I told them, you know, I didn't see any, you know, I could see that in the past, if we would have said we're having a midnight practice, I'm sure I would have heard groans and moans and stuff like that. But, you know, all the players, they were tickled to death with it. You know, I didn't see anything but smiles. The parents were all behind it, which was nice. And then a couple of days later, I get a text from the 7th grade parents, can our girls come? Because I told the 7th graders, I said, you're not required to show up, because you know, I didn't want the parents have to take those kids out and being out there but they wanted to be there.
Yeah.
But, you know, I've got her sister's a 7th grader, her other sister's a freshman, so you know, this is going to be this will be the 5th set of 3 sisters playing for New Cat. You had the Hardesties, then you have my daughters, Shrivers, Zimmermans, and now the Higases.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're 3 very talented sisters.
Yeah, nice. Sweet.
So, no, it's going to be, you know, girls had fun. You know, like you said, you know, we do a Friday classroom setting, you know, although I think all these girls, all they want to do is eat instead of doing anything else. Oh my God, I've never seen so much garbage in my life.
Do you like the classroom sessions?
We never really done it before. I think it'll be helpful this year.
Yeah.
Just a way to go over stuff and review.
Yeah, I do. I think that's a good idea that he's putting in for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's, you know, something different than what's been done in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's not that, you know, what was done in the past was wrong. You know, it's just, you know, I'm sure, you know, as a head coach, you know, or as an assistant at times, you see things that you would want to do differently.
Yeah.
And it's not that the head coach is doing anything wrong.
Right.
Just, hey, let's just try something
different.
Yeah. And, you know, break up with the monotony of what has always been done in the past. Let's try something new. So, you know, we'll do the, like I said, Saturday practice or the Friday classroom stuff. You know, I told the girls, you know, there'll be days where I'll let you know I'm bringing food for you.
Right.
You know, we're gonna go over plays on the whiteboard, or, you know, we're gonna watch videos from college games, stuff like that, just to pick up, you know, little things that'll help us.
Yeah.
You know, something to break up the monotony, like you said. When you're in a gym day in and day out for practice, it gets old. You know, you can get some stuff done, but it get you
The
get
players,
cabin
you guys
fever.
probably get bored after a while. I mean, you're going through the same thing, doing the same thing, hearing the same thing. Yeah, it gets boring after a while, and sometimes you lose the kids too because of it.
So what are you looking forward to this year compared to in the past?
I think this year has a lot of like possibilities and stuff because we got a lot of new girls, and I think it'll be interesting to see the way we like work together because like we haven't really played together as a team, and I can't wait to get out on the dirt on the field.
Yeah, good answer.
What about you?
Yeah, we got a young team, so I'm hoping that we'll all, since we're all young and like close in age, we'll all kind of click, and that'll be good for us.
That's a good point. Being that young and you know, you don't have the diversity of the really, really old girls, you know, and cliques and things like that. That's a good point that you guys could bond, you know, and have a couple years run, you know, together. That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I get, you know, you know, with not that many younger kids, you know, she can be a big sister to her little sister.
Right.
But then again, at times, I know how big sisters want to pick on little sisters, so I might have to switch that. But no, you know, this group of kids, you know, like I said, you know, they've got smiles on their faces all the time. You know, they're not, you know, they're willing to learn. You know, I told them in practice, you know, first thing we're going to do is we're going to learn how to throw to one another, and if we can't achieve that, we're not moving on.
Until
because there's no sense in
right.
it. You know, I think we were talking about with Craig earlier about giving up extra outs.
Right.
You know, that was one of the things that killed us last year. Even with
Right.
that experienced bunch, it was just the mental breakdowns.
Right.
And you know, I think, you know, and they'll tell you, you know, they'll say it. Same thing happened. You know, everybody can field the ball.
Right.
But just the mental breakdown of getting the ball to first base or catching a pop up or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know, you give any team, let alone a good team, extra outs, they're going to make you pay. And it also, you know, it affects your pitcher, makes them have to work harder. You know, she found it out in JV as far as catching, where extra outs kept her behind the plate forever and ever.
No fun.
So, no, it's just, you know, there's a lot of work, especially with, you know, a group that doesn't have, you know, more or less any varsity experience, but two girls.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to the challenge, and
That's good
I'm
stuff.
sure they are.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Thank you, ladies.
Yeah.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. I will see you tomorrow.
Good luck, hon.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, that about wraps it up. I think we had, I think there was only 4 coaches that weren't able to attend. I got some text messages, a couple with the flu, and you know, we had 2 earlier in the week call. One, they have a sick relative that they had to be with, which you know, our prayers are with that coach.
Yep.
But overall, I think it went well. You know, I always, you know, first time we did this 2 years ago, I really enjoyed it, and you know, we got tremendous feedback from parents and players and coaches alike wanting to do this again. So I'm just happy that William was able to accommodate us and like I said, give us this platform to be able to expose Northern Kentucky softball to all his viewers.
Yep.
What would you like to say?
Absolutely. I want to thank you guys for doing that. And yeah, it's awesome. You know, we've talked a ton about trying to get more exposure and get excitement around softball in Northern Kentucky because we knew, you know, young kids are coming up and we got to get it. We got to get it. So, you know, I think these forums are great. I think the kids enjoy it, even though they're a little bit reluctant sometimes to want to come. But I think after they do it, and I think it's a good life experience for them to get out here and kind of push them out of their comfort zone, you know, to talk a little bit.
Yeah,
and
we're both not the experts at this kind of a platform, but you
by
know,
no means
we do the best that we can.
Yeah.
And we enjoy it no matter what.
And there's no budget to hire any big names either from Hollywood. So you're stuck with us.
All right. Well, we thank everybody for tuning in and watching, and good luck to all the teams that were here today and all the other teams in the state of Kentucky when it comes to softball. And again, thanks to William Warfield and Prep Spins for allowing us this opportunity.
Yep.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.